Good afternoon, good evening, and good day. Good morning to those of you on the West Coast. And let's get started. But first, I will need to check and see if the audio is working. Um, but I'm not yet showing on the screen yet on my system. So let's see. Ta, ta, ta. It's working. So I gotta go back here. This is just a knife on the couch for some reason. Let's move that in case she decides to jump without looking. Uh, all right, we got a couple good stories for you today. Some folks might join in, might not. We'll see. Let me move on over to the right view so I can see that. I'll make sure it started up. Uh, yeah, it's running. And Lee, good morning, Lee. Greetings and happy Sunday. And let's go ahead and we're gonna switch on over to presentation view. As usual, I opened up the new window and got distracted because it's really good at figuring out what I want to look at. And they've got a Cybertruckish article. So let's take a look and see what they're talking about. So, Car Buzz has an article that says apocalypse ready Tesla Cybertruck can live without charging stations. That wasn't, I just had a picture. And the picture was one that had seen going around before, and the fact that there was an article on it. I was like, yeah, let's take a look. So, Archimedes Defense, in collaboration with Unplugged Performance, so they're the folks that are making the what appears to be more well put together upfit of the Tesla Model 3 and Model Y and Cybertruck police vehicles. So let's see what they came up with. One package comes with unplugged performance. One package comes with off-road body kits, Starlink connectivity, and the amp drive G125TM engine generator set for mobile supercharging. I wonder if they tapped into the high voltage system to give it 800 volt charging on the go, or if you had to stop and stand still for a few minutes while it recharges. And they say supercharging, so that makes it even more interesting if it's DC or if it's just because they think that the general public doesn't understand. Other packages offer varying levels of armoring and protection for different needs. The glasses are real dusty. And now they're real smeary. It's a clean shirt, but obviously like snagging something. I know you're not supposed to use your shirts for it, but who carries around the little cleaning cloths? And I may have wore this shirt for the last show. I don't know. Moto picked up my clothes today because she wanted to help, and she can't reach my shelves, so she picked them out of the clean clothes that were ready to to go into the closet. Yeah. So other packages offer wearing armor. Let's take a look and see what they're on about. Military solutions provider Archimedes Defense has partnered with Unplugged Performance. This isn't the picture that caught my eye. Tesla Cybertruck. Yeah, that's the base price eventually. Horsepower 600, so that means it's the dual motor. No, the rear motor. Rear motor. Torque 0 60 and 4.1. No, that would be dual, wouldn't it? Yeah, that's dual because dual is 11,000. Single motor is not anywhere near that. There's the picture. I was like, what is this thing? First, I thought it was a joke, and then I saw Unplugged Performance's name on it, and then it showed up again. So here we are. Let's see. One of the packages, the Sting Baja, comes with UP's invincible off-road body kits we saw last year. I didn't see it last year. There's also Starlink connectivity for off-grid adventures, while a compact, lightweight, front-mounted amp drive G125TM electric generator set has been added to supercharge the Cybertruck up to 125 kilowatts. So yeah, it is technically supercharging. It's a DC fast charge, probably. Yeah, the 800 volt direct drive piston generator runs on Jet AP JP8 diesel and biodiesel. So it's a jet engine basically in the front. It can even rescue other EVs with or without an X charging port. Interesting. So they have definitely bypassed something, or just hooked straight into the 800-volt rails. And curious how the truck will respond to that. Like, hey, there's more power here. Oh, and it's going into the battery. I guess you could start it with the 48-volt starter. There's a 48-volt line in the frunk. Other Sting packages ready for the apocalypse. Uh, let's see. The Invincible Off-Road package as its base. Maybe bulletproof, but you can take that up a notch with the new added bolt-on, bolt-off external offset armor plating capable of withstanding a 7.62 millimeter assault rifle rounds, or on par with BMW's first armored i7 electric sedan. The company said that this is designed for private, corporate, and government customers, while the generator can be purchased separately. Interesting. And we got a Google News icon instead of the picture of that. This was the one I was looking for here that I saw going around. It's got the extra armor, but where'd the windshield wiper go? I don't know that that's all that useful if you can't see in the rain. Unless it's like a replacement hydrophilic glass all the time. Hydrophobic glass. I think would be the opposite of what I'm looking for there. We have questions, though. Do you know? Several questions. The upfit didn't reveal the pricing. Hello, Moto. How are you? You got ice cream? Yeah, here, look this side before it spills me. There you go. That's the fresh ice cream I heard you guys making just there? Yeah, you just made it? You need ice cream and a Kit Kat? Are you sure? I think it's a bit much. Come back after you finish your ice cream. She doesn't actually bite the Kit Kat, she kind of just licks the chocolate off and leaves the cookie around. Uh-oh. That's okay. Yeah, like that. You're done with that. It's not, please. I can't hold it. You done? Okay, give it to mommy. You lick this side. Okay, take it to mommy. Hi, mommy. Hurry, hurry before it spills. There you go. Hi, mommy. And then you come back for this, okay? She, she didn't want to take the ice cream over. She said she's done with it. So I was like, no, come back and you can have the Kit Kat. Just the ice cream is just dripping off the edge of the cone onto the floor. What are their questions? They didn't reveal the pricing yet, because probably if you have to ask. Those interested can pre-order by putting down a $500 reservation fee. That's it? Really? Through Archimedes' defense, lead time for production wasn't disclosed either. The company mentioned that the genset equipped packages will be available next year. Meanwhile, so they still haven't finished developing what they're doing there, or they're waiting on Tesla to do a software update to not freak out when it gets extra power. You know what? I've heard rumors about something like this, that the Cybertruck will be able to take power while in gear prior to this. I can't say where I heard the rumors because people get in trouble, but that would play in with this. Pretty darn cool. So I can see this replacing some of the options that we've got out there for defense vehicles. It'll be interesting. It should be cheaper than what the other guys are charging. You just take a commercial vehicle, add the armor. I mean, it's going to be expensive as hell, but I think it'd be cheaper than what some of the options we've got there now are. Pre-order by putting down the reservation. They mentioned the Gen equip packages next year, and meanwhile, the weight penalty for added armoring should be substantial. Duh. But it's got to be less than 2,500 pounds, and then even less than that because you want to put people in it, and probably equipment. and maybe some weapons. Maybe not so many weapons if it's like for like VIPs, but if it's for military, definitely want some weapons. But for the VIPs, it might just be like some handguns for the bodyguards or whatever. Let's see. I don't know. I thought that was pretty cool. Now, Marcus made a YouTube short, and that is right there. That's what he calls White Ghost. You might recognize its sibling, um, EV Smoke. So let's take a look. I had to mute because it's got music in it, and it's not, it's music that you hear everywhere. But since this video that you're watching is not a short, I have to be careful with music. The pad is right here. It's right here. Remember, you let it die yesterday. You did, and you got a timer for some reason, baby. Hold on, you just asked me for the pad. I only got two hands, baby. Turn the volume down. This one? Yes, I know.
Daddy,
Baby.
my pet.
Yes, your pad.
Baby, baby.
Yeah, that's you. Should need the trigger anyway. She took that and walked off. So anyway, this is Marcus's White Ghost, and he's at a supercharger that's being upgraded, or not really upgraded, expanded. There we go. So you got what appears to be V3 stalls next to the V3 Plus stalls. So let's take a look. And I forgot the count. I think he said 12. Look at that. Isn't that cool? I think that's pretty darn cool. Should be done shortly. Oh man, look at that. And that's over at the Buc-ee's. All right. Buc-ee's is getting so many of them these days. They have very clean restrooms compared to some of the options out there. Uh, I wouldn't say it's like spotless like the way that people talk about it, but it's they do a good job. All right, so let's see what some of these comments are. See if they are uh, sane or if they are straight from the dregs of Facebook. They need roofs for shade and to protect you from the rain. I'd hate to get out in the rain to charge my car. Some of them have it. Yeah, the ones with solar awnings are awesome. Next best, the ones with gas station awnings. Somewhere behind there. Parking garages. But towards the back of the line, because they usually can't hold a trailer. And too many of them try to charge you. Money. All right. I'm already paying to charge the car. I don't want to pay to park the car too. The ones I like with that some of them there's like a 1 hour grace or a 30-minute grace without having to do any shenanery. Those are I'm fine with. But like one time, my car decided to take us through the normal Illinois, right next to the Rivian plant, supercharger, and that's at a municipal parking garage, and it was way too short for even the U-Haul trailers to come through. So we would have had to drop, and at the time we didn't own our trailer. we would have been using a U-Haul, and we would have been unable to charge because there would have been no way to drop. All right, so every state would need two nuke plants to power all the cars, even if we're supposed to. I mean, ordered to be electric by 2035. There's no mandate. And we've got plenty of power. And if we're talking micro nukes, that's true, maybe. Micro nukes and replacing everything. Yeah, that could work. But uh, the grid didn't crash when we got air conditioning. And it doesn't go down every night when people cook. There's so much more to this. If for a legit conversation and not by misinformation. There we go. There were only two. That's the only reason I took the time to do this on air. Sorry, guys. All right, so that is the first two. Let's go into our notepad and pull up the first article. We've got the lucid gravity of all things. It is. It's going to feature two charging ports. Was the news as of whenever I put this in here. But there's more. That was kind of cool at first because there were a bunch of folks talking about how they were going to incorporate Macs. And did I put it in there or was that last week? Stand by. Okay, so maybe that was last week because it's not in the notepad at all. But Rivian announced that they were doing their NACS charge port on the R2 models on the driver's side rear. So the same place that the Tesla puts theirs. Where previously they were going to put it on the passenger side rear. And myself and a couple others were complaining. Nobody else used this analogy, but everybody that had this complaint was complaining that we had to walk around freaking car for every trip. If it's a one, uh, it's common in America to have a one passenger trip because we don't have cars that suit all of our needs. Uh, we have maybe one or two cars that do the best job at most of our needs. So if you're driving by yourself in an R2, it looks like this is me, like you're working for the cable company or the phone company. You get out, you put a cone in front, you walk around, you put a cone in the back, and then you plug in the car, and then you go about your business. You come back, you unplug, you take your cones up, and you get back in and you drive away. That's how it was with it in the passenger rear. RJ's argument, Mr. Scaringe, he was saying that street parking is going to be a bigger deal than we anticipated, which I called BS on the whole time. Because in all four of my factory plug-in cars, the amount of times I did street parking was like 6 total between all four vehicles, maybe 6, and one attempt. So it would have been 7 if there wasn't a parade that day or whatever reason the thing was closed. Uh, they do just fine with it on the driver's side because I've only had Teslas and Chevy Volts. for factory plug-in cars. So they've always been on the driver's side, and it worked just fine. But my suggestion there was passenger front side because then it's not as far away from where you're seated, and it's not as annoying. But it really wasn't ideal. What would have been best if you were concerned about street parking is put it in the nose or the tail. But like the Nissan Leaf had it in the nose, and I don't know if anybody put it like the old cars in the 70s and 80s where you'd flip down the license plate and plug in. Other than Aptera, I mean Aptera does have it right there behind the license plate, but I don't know anybody else who does it that way. I think those would be the only ways that makes any sense if you are trying to accommodate street parking. Is just centralize it, nose or tail. But anyway, the point of that was they are now doing it the way the Tesla's doing it, so you don't have to wait for all the superchargers to get converted to the V4 dispensers or somehow get longer cables, and they'll be all right. So playing into that, this Lucid Gravity with two charge ports, the story was all right. Well, they're ready for everything, and hopefully because both charge ports were on the driver's side, so they were saying, well, hopefully the one in the front is CCS and the one in the back is NACS. Because if not, then they've not just screwed it up for superchargers, but they've also made it more difficult at most CCS stations because they tend to have it towards the front or passenger side rear. So like the Volt and the F-150 Lightning and a whole bunch of cars that have it next to the driver's door on the fender, and so if they got them backwards and put the NACS in the front and the CCS in the back, which would have been how it probably would have went, just because why not, right? They would have messed it up for everything. But later on, I don't know if I've got the story in it this week or not. I probably do. But later on, we found out that this unit of the Lucid Gravity we saw with two charge ports is just for engineering, so they can go ahead and test it on CCS and NACS without remembering adapters. And they will only have one charge port. Hopefully, they'll be smart enough to put the NACS on it rather than having a brand new car that's not even out yet have to have an adapter. So according to a report from Black Model 3 or Zach, on Sunday, Lucid's upcoming Gravity will feature two separate charge ports. He shows this one says a bear. It's got a charge port. And then he showed us this other one. It's not got a bear. And it's also a charge port. And that was pretty cool. Until I believe it was Lucid's CEO that came through and told us, nah, bro, it's just an engineering sample. But like I said, I don't know if I got that in the notes and where, so we'll just cover it now. Okay. Next up, let me check multi-stream real quick before. Okay. Perfect. Now let's go to our next story is by Tesla Supercharger. This one is from Drive Tesla Canada, and it says this supercharger is closed and for good reason. The one in Bethayville, Quebec. It looks English, but that's definitely got to be French because one we're talking about Quebec, and look how it's spelled. All right, so and for good reason. They are more than half submerged under a meter of water. This is because of the remnants of Tropical Storm Debbie, which dumped heavy rain on Quebec over the last 24 hours. This was it's probably not there anymore, but this was what, August 11th. Take a look at these photos. So you'll probably see this in memes again, just like we saw the one in the UK that floods sometimes. And I don't know that the V3 cabinets are sealed for this. I hope they are. We know that Powerwall 3 could handle this much water, but this isn't a Powerwall. And the radiators, the fans, everything for the V3 dispensers is at the base. So hopefully it's sealed for it, and hopefully they didn't like fill with debris from like grass and leaves and stuff when they drained out. And I have no idea where the cabinets are to know if they'll need servicing or not. That's a lot of water. It looks like some of the photos we saw from around the area where I'm filming this, because we got a direct hit. The eye went right over. We got 20 inches of water here, and looks like they got a similar amount in order to accumulate a meter in this low-lying area. Good gracious. Let's check out the comments. IGA and Tesla Supercharger in Bethayville. I'm gonna call it Bethayville just because. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Before we get to the comments, look at the original post because I wonder if this shows us the cabinets. Twitter, don't do me like this. Oh, okay, progressive loading. That's fine. Sometimes I'll just get and it won't finish showing. Oh, even the charge points got screwed. That facility might not be open for a while. That's going into the loading bay and the trash compactor. Yikes. FYI, the gas station nearby was also closed because of the flood. Yeah, you don't want to. The tanks are underground in this style station, so you don't really want to. Just because the cones are out, you don't want to drive around the cones and power everything back up and try it yourself because your gas car won't be going very far after you manage to pump some of that liquid into your tank. It's not gas anymore. 01010 says hi. Hello, good to see you. All right, so there's the gas station. Let's see if he's got more pictures in the series. He's got the little arrow. Oh. So no, it's just a single picture. My French is terrible. Let's translate. Any damage to your place too, or were you spared? Thank you. I was spared, it looks like. Thank you for asking. Luckily, no damage at our place yet. Okay. Kyle Connor went too far trying to cool the handle. uh, E-Arc, anyone? They are flood-proof to 9.5 feet. Also off-grid, and your EV E-Arc will continue to charge EVs during the blackouts and grid interruption. So I think E-Arc is the one or one of the ones that we've talked about that does the smaller feed in, and then they DC charge out, and they can have a couple different units. Problem is that if the E-Arc station is 9.5 feet underwater, your car is definitely not rated for that, and you definitely shouldn't be charging while diving into disgusting floodwaters. But after it recedes, it'd be nice to know that it's able to handle it. The V2 stations have been flooded like this before and have not had issue, assuming that the cabinet didn't take in any water, because they were just cables, really long cables back to the cabinets. A V1 as well, same situation. Oh, look at that. Raphael's got a beautiful photo there. All right, so delivery day. Congratulations to you. Let's go back. And what we were after was, does this damage the internal electronics and have to be replaced back? That was my question. And it is a good question. The casing is definitely not waterproof because it is very easy to just pop it off. And you'll notice that on the V3 stations, the V2 stations, well, the V1 stations were like aircraft style, riveted or screwed. They were tight, but they're not watertight. At the V2 stations, they were clasped on there a lot better. Still not watertight. And the V3 stations, if you look at them, they look like V2 stations, but the cabinet at the bottom is kind of like splayed open a little bit like this, because it needs to be able to breathe to get some air of those radiator fins. More worried about the high voltage transformers, usually away from the stands. They cost a lot and it takes time to get them. Hopefully they have spare ones. Yeah, hopefully Tesla does have spares. I've noticed that transformers is what holds up a lot of DC charging sites from going online. but who knows? But I figured that probably Tesla, if anybody could handle it, they can order in bulk, and unlike the electric companies and other DC fast chargers that do piecemeal, they might not be ready to have just like 3, 4 of them that aren't allocated, ready to go. All right. Curse you, Debbie. Sure. That could never happen to a gas station. All right. Let me go back here and copy this link. Go back there. And then I know this person was being sarcastic, but uh, give it a heart and paste that in. All right. So next up, we've got. I just wanted to show you the picture, and I got really into it. That was not the plan. Tesla gears to launch Tesla Semi in Europe. We talked about this on the Tesla Life show. Mark beat me to it just because of the way the calendar works. And this will be interesting to see. We speculated based on measurements that the Tesla Semi is either dimensionally fit or within a couple inches of what the Europeans are looking for, and to the point where why they have cab over trucks there to make sure that they fit within the total vehicle length requirements to be able to handle their business. And so there have been some job listings on Tesla Careers for the Tesla Semi, and a post on LinkedIn suggesting that they want some Tesla Semi people in Europe. So that'll be fun to see. Let me check something real quick. I don't know that my microphone is the right microphone. It is. Okay, that's all I needed. Sometimes this thing will just switch from this one to this one, and one sounds better. Let's see. A blast from the past with a twist. You'll see what I'm talking about in a second. The Rivian Travel Kitchen is going to launch for $1,400 this month, down from what was it, $5,000 or $3,000 for the Rivian Camp Kitchen that fit in the gear tunnel of the Rivian R1T, which I don't know if they made any of them. They had some prototypes, and I don't know that anybody received any. I know it got canceled, but the question then was, did he get canceled before any of them shipped? But this one is, as you notice, looks kind of cool. But what's this? This is a tailgate, so it's gonna fit on the Rivian R1T and R1S because they both have tailgates, as well as any other uh, vehicle with a tailgate and a power outlet, or a table and a power outlet, and you're good to go. Basically, it's just the same as what we were seeing with the camp kitchen, but more portable. Rather than sliding out of the truck, it is on a like standing desk style surface. And actually, I don't think it comes up. It's just on the surface. And still 2 induction burners. I wouldn't pay that for this because whole beauty of the camp kitchen was you had the sink and the griddle and integrated into the vehicle. For $1,400, I could get more than 14 IKEA burners, or I could get 14 IKEA burners. Yeah, more than 14 IKEA burners. Or if I went on like Amazon, I could get even more than I could get in the IKEA burners uh, to accomplish this same thing. Plug them in and set them on a surface. Not that I would need that many, but that's pricey. So let's see. It's priced at $1,400. This fold out stove, fold out induction stove with 2 burners, built in drawer, and a cutting board. Okay, so you do get more than the burners, but do you really? The drawer does what? Holds your knives, utensils, and a cutting board. You can get them for like literally you can go to a dollar store and get some cutting boards. In fact, that might be wise because if you're not in a like RV, you'd have to have a way to have these things like nice and clean. But if you like get them from the dollar store, you can have a stack of them for the whole week and then to kind of stick them in something so the bears don't get it. Let's see. It's powered by the truck's bed power outlet, but again, that they all could do that. It's missing the sink. Yep, that's what I said was kind of cool about the last one. It had a sink. It was initially shown with the accessory upon being unveiled. And at $1,400, some commented that the travel kitchen is a bit too pricey for their tastes. It's hard to deny that Rivian has been working hard on outdoor products in keeping with its general adventure theme. Yeah, this is true. And it is, it is an OEM accessory, so you do expect to pay a little bit more. Like Tesla's $700 cooler, which should be a mini fridge, and their $3,000 tent, which should be so much more. uh, this is, you can do better on your own with this. Just saying. You can get a card table. I don't know that you need a drawer, but you could get a short bin if you want. And then, like I said, you can get any number of induction burners, and they can still be just as compact. I do like that Rivian also thought about using it elsewhere. I don't know if it was a tweet or on their announcement they mentioned that you could use it elsewhere. There we are, cooking up some pancakes. Interesting. Another angle on it. I mean, it literally just sits on the tailgate and has a plug that way. What do you guys think? Would you do this? Would you roll your own? Do you even cook when you're outdoors adventuring? I'll give them an update, but let's go through the comments. Let me check the multi-stream while we're at it. Um, Dagnabbit boy says, "What a joke! Portable electric ranges cost from as low as $50 to $300. Perhaps Rivian should focus more on their vehicles." Shaking my head. I'll give you that. This is a gimmick for someone with more money than brains. I mean, it will have its own warranty, and it probably does slot in easier than having to get out 3 different things. Is it worth that much to do it, though? Shame they didn't manage to include the sink. Yeah, at that price, I think that they could have still done the sink and still had it collapsible and everything they were talking about. Shame they didn't instead design a large water tank to fit entirely in the back. I don't see this working that way if they were to do an integrated water tank to fit the R1 T and S, because then you've got the R2 series and the R3 series and also everyone else's car, because the more people that buy this thing, the less it costs Rivian to do it, and then on the next version they can lower the price. Yes, two-faced. Yes, um, bacon grease is going to splatter all over that carpet. Bacon grease, steak grease, French fry oil. You got it. Um, Cybertruck sales versus Rivian R1T sales 2.6 to 1. I'm guessing all these zeros are Cybertruck. Because Rivian, yep. This is true. Well, every truck doesn't need to be a Cybertruck. The R1T has its niche. The Lightning, everything has. I like having choices. Like the GMs with their incredible batteries. Like incredible, I mean just gigantic. They make towing nice. And then you've got the Cybertruck with its add-in battery. That'll be interesting if you need the payload and the range versus the towing and the range. A little early to write off the R1T, but I think the Cybertruck will sell more. It already has. Uh, Tesla doesn't compete, has a pretty good path. Rivian seems to intentionally not want to make very many. I don't know that I would say they're not trying to make many. They're just not selling very many. Anders, good evening. Good to see you. Losing 40,000 unit into perpetuity is not a business model of success. Uh, that figure, we talked about this with when Tesla was new, and we talked about it when the Volt was out. You can't just take the whole program and then divide it by number of cars and say, and then and then run that forward, because as they make more cars, that number goes down. What happened with the original concept they had for a deployable camp kitchen that would fit in the tunnel on the trucks? I thought that was really cool. Yes, that got canceled. All right, I gotta click out of this, and then there we go. I don't know what is up with my browser and maintaining user interaction focus. And funny, I found this in an article, but the interview from yesterday was nowhere to be found. It had reached 1 billion people already. Interesting. I don't know what that was about. Oh! They're talking about the Musk Trump interview. Uh, this still help them reach profitability at that price? Yeah, sure will. It's fun though. I just wish it would be more mobile so we can use all use one, and so it'll actually sell. That's where my solution comes in. Just get a short card table, an induction burner or two, and a short cutlery bin or whatever you're using their drawer for. In theory, Teslas or other cars who can deliver back to the grid have a power outlet behind in the shape of a charging cable. Da, 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 da. Complete powerhouse, tools, mechanics kitchen. That would be kind of cool. But you don't necessarily need it to plug into the charge port. Most of these vehicles have 120 volts or overseas a 240-volt outlet. Vehicle manufacturers routinely produce these accessories, but it's mostly a marketing effort rather than core product offering. They're expected to generate a substantial revenue stream. Rolls-Royce offers a picnic hamper at $47,000. Oh, so I was complaining about the new travel kitchen, the camp kitchen replacement. 47 grand. Uh, okay, so maybe your other cars are Rolls and you're just used to getting the matching set. So this makes sense. Oh, you can't even cook on the Rolls one. It's literally just a picnic basket. Hey, boo boo. Why did you take the user interface mouse? Come back. Come on. I can't even see his comment. Again? Again. All right. Can't see what he says. Smell for anything you cook is going to stick to that upper door and the surrounding carpet. Only good for summer months or warm climates. So these people have a point. This will work a lot better on the R1T than it will on the R1S, as well as the Cybertruck and the GMs and the Ford. And I don't think it'll really work on any of the SUVs other than the R1S because none of the other electric SUVs have the clamshell um, hatch, tailgate and hatch. They just have a tailgate that goes up or a hatch that goes up. So it might not have really been a good idea for the R1S, the R2, and the R3. Interesting. Well, and it is a glass surface on your tailgate. That part's fine as long as you don't knock it over. Otherwise, boom! I'm bringing my own induction cooktop. Yep. It's an interesting take. If you can put it on the front dash, it can be used for making pancakes and burgers and coffee while driving to save time. Can you imagine somebody's driving along and they start veering all over the road because they splattered oil on themselves? No, thank you. Huge gimmick. Rivian will sell very few of these kitchen units, and that might be why they switched to this from the camp kitchen because they shouldn't be losing money on this like they would be on the camp kitchens. Huh. I think this is legit. Starting today, Rivian will be charging 15 a month or 149 a year for entertainment, streaming, and Wi-Fi hotspot features with their new Connect Plus subscription service. I think I saw something to that effect. I don't know if that's the accurate price, but I do believe I saw something like this in passing. But the reason I didn't report on it is because everybody has something like this, and the same way I don't talk about every little price change on the Teslas. Uh, or any of them really for that matter. I'll point out any deals or any substantial changes, but that's about it. Okay, so the travel kitchen, and let's talk about some solar. Let me move this over. I've got it covering whether or not anybody has joined in as a co-host. New Mexico has just announced a nearly $1 billion solar cell factory, which is going to be awesome because, well, let's look at their article, see if they give us anything to go on. But more solar cells equals cheaper solar cells, just because of the way supply and demand works. Da, da, da. Oh, New Mexico. I don't know why I read Mexico, just Mexico. All right, so Governor Grisham and solar cell manufacturer uh, Eben Solar jointly announced that a nearly $1 billion solar cell factory will be built in New Mexico. They'll invest $942 million to build an 834,000 square foot solar cell manufacturing facility in Albuquerque's Mesa del Sol industrial development area. The project will create over 900 new jobs, and the Delaware-based company is aiming to develop beginning to end advanced manufacturing of solar cells. So is that raw materials in, solar cells out? That's pretty cool. Let me check the multi-stream real quick. All right, we're still cool. Uh, the choice of Albuquerque for our investment aligns with our commitment to sustainable innovation, and New Mexico offers abundant solar resources, favorable renewable energy policies, and a dedicated, skilled workforce. These factors enhance Ebon's Solar's capital investment and production capabilities and make the city of Albuquerque, Bernalillo County, and the state of New Mexico ideal partners as we integrate into the clean energy market. Smooth. Uh, they have not yet given a timeline for the solar cell factory to launch, and the latest announcement helps establish New Mexico as a rapidly emerging hub for solar cell manufacturing, following Maxion Solar's Technologies announcement in August of 23 that it would build a $1 billion solar cell and panel facility in the state, the largest in the U.S. Maxion intends to break ground in the second half of 2024. TikTok. Electric thinks that solar cells are made of a polysilicon-based semiconductor material. They're then fitted onto the solar panel to capture and convert the sun's energy into electricity. Your audience should know this. While a huge number of solar panel factories are opening in the U.S., there's still a dearth of domestic supply of earlier stages of the supply chain, including solar cells. So Ebon Solar's factory announcement is a welcome one and helps further the Biden administration's aim to establish a domestic solar supply chain. I mean, we had a nice domestic solar supply chain here about 10 years ago, and then we let it all go to China. And we thought that was the end of it, but then with the new Inflation Reduction Act, well, there was an incentive to bring that all back home. Just glaze through the 13 comments. Great news. Look at Fisker or First Solar. I mean, yeah, we've had some, but most of it either went out of business or went overseas. Cell manufacturer depends on the power parent company, Bang, for its tech. Hopefully, this won't be another Foxconn, and New Mexico has well-defined milestones for the grants it may provide. Yeah, hopefully so. You got to structure these things correctly. This underscores that the U.S. has forfeited its lead in photovoltaic. We used to be the cutting edge country for it. I think we invented it, uh, but or at least as commercially, or if not commercially, uh, we're the ones who put them on satellites first, that sort of thing. It used to be cutting edge country for this, but it is what it is. This is also what it will take if we want a non-Chinese source for this essential technology. It is at least as important as toilet paper and masks. Yep, and we will need those again if things keep up. Just another super bug away, or worse, stuff that we've already solved for coming back. Disgusting. that stuff we'd already solved for is being allowed to just research. That should not happen. We're so smart and so stupid at the same time. I'm not sure the US is really ready to pay for US yeah, that part. US manufacturing does cost more. We're not a low-cost producer, and we can no longer say we innovate around lower labor costs in China. We could do that. We haven't done it yet, but we could. And the Chinese have closed the brain drain gap and are capable of meeting or exceeding US-based ingenuity if you pay for it. With the right price, China can do what you want. But if you're expecting what we think of as Chinese pricing, you're not going to get what you expect. Meaning, like the new innovation and the extra high quality and all that sort of stuff. You pay extra for shipping, you pay extra for quality, you pay extra for warranty, and then if they do your customer support instead of you, you pay extra for uh, English, you pay extra for fluent English in a neutral accent, that sort of thing. They've got the give us money thing down over there, coming from where they started. All right, full solar, and they lead now. Okay, that's enough of the comments. Let's on to the next one. All right. Volkswagen delays the launch of Trinity further. I think we talked about this last week, but now the Trinity EV, their new EVs, aren't going to arrive before the early 2020s, they tell us. I'll say 2030s. So, what I think might be happening here is they just went back to the drawing board and they're going to use their Rivian connection to totally redesign this thing before they launch it so that it's cost effective, scalable, and desirable. We'll see what happens there. With 5 years, who knows what's going to happen? 6 really, uh, par for the course, pretty much, right? Uh, I had another one about Volkswagen. It might be another copy of this article I put a comment on. Oh, this is a different one. Another Volkswagen article. So the Trinity is delayed for 5 years, 6 years. But Volkswagen's electric Golf may come sooner than expected with help from Rivian. Uh, the long-awaited electric VW Golf could hit the market sooner than expected. They are reportedly considering pulling forward the Golf EV launch, so maybe they just swap the programs. Despite delaying its Tesla rivaling Trinity EV again, like literally. So like these came back to back. Uh, you know what though? This could work depending on what year this thing is supposed to come out. If this is the same as the Rivian R3 or R2, and they put a Volkswagen body on top, that could work. Same way that uh, Ford is putting Ford bodies on top of Volkswagens in Europe. Let's see. After scrapping plans for the new $2.2 billion factory to produce the model in 2022, the flagship EV looks to be even further away. So that's still Trinity. According to a new report from Hasselblad, VW plans to begin production at the end of 2032, 6 years after their original 2026 launch date. And yeah, they really pulled that out at the last minute. They should have been almost done by now. The Trinity was supposed to launch in 26, but the timeline has been pushed back several times and was expected 28, then 30, and now looks closer to the end of 2032. Um, the publication has learned from company insiders. Trinity EV was also expected to be the first Volkswagen EV based on its software-defined Scalable Systems Platform, or SSP, with VW delaying the launch due to slow EV sales. Your slow EV sales. Everybody else is doing all right. CEO Oliver Bloom's new plan to cut costs. Meanwhile, we can see the electric Golf jump the Trinity to be the first EV launched on the SSP platform. I mean, this looks good. That would sell to golf people around the world. And it may arrive sooner with Rivian's help. After announcing the new partnership, Volkswagen expects the new joint venture to pay dividends. VW plans to invest up to $5 billion, $3 billion of which would go to Rivian and $2 billion to the joint venture. And that's an ID4 in a nice color and trim. Yep. I usually only see them in white. I don't. I don't know if they're selling any other colors right now, but I don't think I've seen any color than white on the roads. Report claims that the MEB platform will be upgraded to the MEB Plus in 26, thanks to Rivian's help. So kind of like a mid refresh on their way to Trinity. Either way, take whatever lessons you can learn from Rivian. Get your cars out on time with proper software. The PPE platform underpinning the new Porsche Macan EV will also get a software upgrade within the next 36 months. Interesting. Just software. That means they did a decent job. If Rivian software alone can do it in 3 years. I don't. I don't think. I think there's more to it. 3 years you can replace a lot of components. According to the sources, the Golf EV could hit the market in 2029 or sooner. There's ID3. Confirmed earlier that work on a fully electric Golf has started, and said that the Golf is the heart of our brand. Yeah, it's not Java Beetle anymore. And VW doesn't plan to phase out the name. It has to look like a Golf, it has to be affordable like a Golf, it has to be capable like a Golf, is what they told Top Gear in January. And Brunitz also confirmed that there will be a GTI model. It's not too hard to do with electric. More power, baby. Update 814. Volkswagen's ID2 was spotted for the first time out testing. It's officially set to debut in late 2025 or 2026, starting at under 25,000 euros. There you go. Plan to pull forward the Golf launch. What does that mean for the ID3? Volkswagen's also reportedly working on a Tiguan size electric SUV that could go by the ID Tiguan. That's a mouthful. You want the Americans to do that? The Volkswagen Golf is the second best-selling car in Germany last month. An electric model would make sense. Top comment was they had an e-Golf, a decade ago, and owners loved it. All they had to do was give it a bigger battery, and that would have been great. Instead, they decided to copy Tesla, and it's been an ongoing disaster. And not because of that, but because they aren't good at that. Let's go on. All electric car lunacy says too many syllables. Exactly. That's like uh, so people either come up with their own name for it, or you might scare them away entirely. And definitely, you'll have your entire advertising network and dealer network saying the name wrong. If you got an ID, you got to keep it 3 syllables. Yeah, exactly. Because you can call it Tiguan, no problem. People can handle that. But ID.Tiguan, ID Tiguan, plus the Volkswagen in front of that, it's too much. All right, here we go. So, wake the neighbors loud. Dodge 2024 Dodge Charger Daytona Frasonius slash bunch of freaking nostalgic names in a row. This thing has like 8 names. But the 2024 Dodge Charger Daytona gets its first walk around, and I watched parts of some of it. It wasn't really interesting to me because it sounds like a gas car. I'm not saying it doesn't have a market, and if that's what it takes to reach these people, fine. But man, I hope that that there's a switch, so that way at least the ones that don't want to be jerks can not wake the neighbors. The ones that do, they were already buying this car anyway. Just think about it. Who are some of the noisiest cars you hear in the neighborhood starting up? Like a freaking race car for no reason. It's usually a Chrysler product. I should say Stellantis product. Um, from the Jeeps to the trucks to the Challenger Charger twins. Not always, but it's a high likelihood it's one of them. So you get the Matrix headlights, a few diversions from the concept, such as the Conchex's LED Matrix headlights going plain LED for production. Aww. But this is exactly what Elon always blames these other folks of, and we always call it out too. Uh, we being car enthusiasts, not just people that you know that talk at you like this, but we always complain about how the concept just takes so much away from, or the production takes so much away from the concept. So LED matrix is gone, even though there's no reason to do that. It's a price. The concept's carbon fiber helm, rendered in gloss black, is gone for price reasons. I believe they were doing either injected or 3D printed plastic for that. Traditional door handles are replacing the electronic units. I'm fine with that because I don't know if I would trust Fiat or Dodge with the door handles because Tesla didn't do a very good job with them when I had them. So think worse. Yeah, no, thank you. Give me some regular door handles. I'll be fine. Um, the car looks rather fetching in all the photos we've seen. I mean, it looks all right. Not for me, but it looks all right. Um, being electronic units for price reasons, the traditional door handles being electronic units shared with the upcoming battery electric Jeep Wagoner S. Are they changing to electric door handles or are they getting away from electric door handles? Either way, whatever is going to be on the Jeep. These are built on the 400-volt architecture, the 800-volt flagship SRT Banshee. There we go. Get some more trims up in there. The Dodge Charger, Daytona, SRT Banshee, Daytona, Fresonius. I think I'm missing two more names. Where are they at? Um, might restore some of the concept's plusher touches. I think probably so. Smart. They put a freaking frunk in it. It's not all that big, but hey, there you go. It is a real frunk, and it looks to be an electronic latch frunk, like all the good ones. It doesn't mean you don't have to go pull on the inside, like on the Mustang Mach E, but you don't have to do the like on a gas car where you're hunting around for the release lever. All right, I give them that. Takeaways are there we go, the Scat Pack First Edition. We got I think that is all the rest of the names there at that point. Uh, the MSRP, what did we say last week? It was like 60 grand, 60, 69 grand. It wasn't ridiculous, but whoever was writing the article wasn't used to a base Dodge costing that much. They were used to something a little more pedestrian, and they freaked out about it. Let's see. Uh, the other is a clear picture of the front. Yeah, we got that. Comes with what? The front is optional. The front comes with the 49.95 plus group. It's less a cargo area and more of a deep carpeted storage bin, so you can put your travel charger in it. We suspect there's so much room in the hatch cargo area, especially with lie flat seats, that the front won't get much use. Although it looks like a great space for the charging cable and other little odds and ends every driver should carry for emergencies. That is a good place to put those sorts of things too. Uh, if you have a frunk, you need a power hood. That will make sure that you don't end up with somebody like Elon coming in and saying, "Oh, we looked at the metrics and nobody's using it." Yeah, they use it, but they don't use it as much as they could because it's a faff. But if it's a button on the remote or on the app or on the dashboard, you go boop, and, and then you put your stuff in and you get in and go boop, close it. People use the heck out of it. Look at me. I got the Power Front kit on mine. Love it. Look at the folks with the Cybertruck and the Ford F-150 and the Rivian. They use their frunks. The people who have to gently go like this, this, they don't use it as much. It's a faff. Let's look at these comments. Da, 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 da. Looks like Dodge really knew their clientele when they approved a $60,000 to $70,000 electric car. Whenever I see a Dodge on the road, I think, gee, that owner looks like they'd want an electric car. They are going to have a uphill battle with this line, and their currently cultivated customer. They doesn't mean they can't just bring in new customers, but the ones they've got now, it's gonna be rough, which is why it sounds like a gas car. Nice looking car. Just Too bad. Right there, right there. That's a good card. Just too bad it's electric. Couldn't spell the word two correctly. Uh, oh, what could have been with the Hemi? Don't worry, Mr. Muscle Car. They've got you. The year after the electric car comes out, they've got a Dino Juice car. Don't worry. The hood will be beefier, like because you can't fit that aerodynamic feature because you got the engine in there. Agreed. There doesn't seem to be a lot of excitement about the EV version of this car. It seems it was created to fulfill a government requirement rather than from demand. I think the gas or gas hybrid version will sell a lot better, assuming they get their prices in order. Let me just say right here, a hybrid will be worse than anything they could possibly imagine about the EV, because everything they want from the gas is going to be numbed up by the fact that it's going through the hybrid. It's going to end up feeling like a CVT. It won't have the kind of transmission they're expecting. It won't have the power they're expecting. Yeah, it'll have like electric power. So unless it, if they're just drag racers, that's fine. But uh, they're not going to like what they get if they get a hybrid. They'll get better gas mileage, but you want it to be pure gas or pure electric. You don't want a hybrid of this. You will be disappointed. Mark my word. Headline from this past March: Dodge Charger will get a 550 horsepower Hurricane inline six gas engine in 2025. Right there. Yes, it's happening. You don't like it? Don't buy it. Let somebody else get it. Why won't anybody build a small rear-wheel drive EV with zero traction control that I want? Preferably one motor per rear wheel for true antics. I wouldn't mind a small four-motor EV either. Sounds like you can buy nearly any EV on the market, and then hack out the traction control system in software somehow. Get a little defeat or service mode or whatever. Almost everybody's got you except Toyota because they're front-wheel drive. They should do this and give it a 0 to 60 time of 4.9 seconds. Oh, how pedestrian. At a range of 363 miles. That's it. And an owner's manual that tells you how to turn traction control on and off. They should call it Model 3. that's that's not even a Model 3 performance. It's just a Model 3. And yes, thank you, Ron. You really had me going in the first half. And in fact, you don't even need to read the manual on Model 3 performance on how to turn off traction control because it's right there in track mode. Your track mode, ABS on or off, front bias, rear bias. You got it. Good one. Nick, two-door coupe starting at 60 grand. Remind me again, how are car sales today versus pickups and SUVs? Stellantis trying for another government bailout, one decade at a time. How many two-door EVs out there now? They have a chance to fill a spot in the market by doing this, especially if you can turn off the stupid noise or turn it down. Because once you're already a two-door car, you can take it to the not really a chop shop, but you can take it to a shop and get a convertible made out of it. Because how many convertible EVs are on the market right now? There aren't many two doors. I think there's a handful of them, maybe two or three. There is a market here if they look for the customers and can get them into a Dodge dealership. Is it big? I don't I don't think so. But is there a chance for them to make a profit if they built the car right? Absolutely. The frunk alone would cause it to fail, even forgetting the insurmountable EV part. So you want a big old engine in there so you couldn't have a frunk. But if you have a frunk, it's too small. Cognitive dissonance there. Reminds me of the V8. It could have been a nice of the V8. It could have, or even a nice V6. But no, because it's too small. They are going to put a V6 or straight six or whatever, and an 8 in there in 2 years. Just hold your horse. They got you. Next, Genesis. Speaking of more expensive than people might expect, uh, the Genesis has prepped for its first GV90 models. It's newer, larger, ultra luxury electric SUV. Let's take a look over electric. The pictures what caught me. Excuse me. Da-da-da-da. Have I gotten more opinionated since we've started this thing? Probably. All right, you got the overlapping doors for that nice wide opening. I like that. Assuming that the rear door isn't caught in a narrow parking space. Like if the rear door is shorter, this will be just fun. But if it's just as long as the front door, then you got a problem. I mean, if it looks anything like that, I think it will sell well just on the looks. Like you got something similar to the Tesla Model X rear seats, the pedestal seats. As far as the look is concerned, it looks nice. You've got these gigantic wheels, which their customers will love, with little rubber band tires, which is all the rage these days. I like the light features on the side. What do you think? Mr. Electric Car Lunacy says, "Yay, another 2+2 row luxury EV, SUV, or crossover. What will they think of next?" Exactly. What does Eddie say? Another SUV look, another SUV looking EV. So I agree. At the same time, though, this is for Genesis. If you were into their brand and you started with one of their smaller ones, and now your family is bigger, or you got a bigger paycheck, or the economy's really got to you and you want to come down for your Mercedes, this stands to make them some money, and I see uh, the usefulness for it. But like you said, do we really need another one right now? Like they could get the Suburban, they could get the Cadillac, they could get the R1S. None of them are exactly like this. There is already the Mercedes out there. I saw one the other day. It was looking pretty sharp. So do we need more of these? No. Does Hyundai, Kia, Genesis need one of these? They do. They do. And this one looks nice. I will give them that. It does look nice. If I were to get this, I would never get those wheels just because I am all about the efficiency. Um, Now, if those were like wheel covers and they were like Cybertruck style covering part of the rubber for aerodynamics, I mean, I like the look of a big wheel. I just don't like paying for tires. I don't like the ride, but they are awesome to look at. Charlotte Chicago Lunacy says, "Wouldn't mind those rims on the Model Y Performance, not gonna lie." Yeah, see, they look sharp. Um, Maybe if I could get them in like a that shape for the right proportion for my car, that sort of thing. That would be. I like it. I like that. Then the purple interior, I think that's gonna catch some people. I, I don't know if purple will be their only choice, and I really hope this is like the production intent and not the concept. Because if you go from this to just like what all the doctors are driving, the regular four-door Mercedes thing, it's gonna be so disappointing to just have it with regular four doors versus this. Because then, other than being cheaper, what have they done? Uh, Skipping all the copy. Despite an otherwise minimalistic design, the SUV features a bold two-line headlamp. I do like that part. Okay, I don't like the front as much as I like the side, but it still looks pretty impressive. I don't see mirrors, so unless this is the European model, then there's definitely gonna be changes from concept to reality. Yeah, that's if I stay at 21 inches around here. Honestly, I should have 18 or 19. And visiting Pennsylvania was hilarious. I immediately bought a spare tire. Yeah, my spare tire, I thought it would spend more time in the garage, but I keep it in the car um, for a lot more of our trips than I'd expect. So they're gearing up to build the first GB90 model, so they're not too far off from what they're showing us here. In the back, you'll see two captain's chairs with a wine cooler in the middle. The seats are embellished in a royal indigo cashmere and purple silk leather. You know what? I wonder if they're using this as an opportunity to come up in their stature because Genesis was to be the luxury model as they broke them off, made them their own brand, and then it was just like fancier versions of the Kia and the Hyundai. But they have their other Volt style EV that they have mostly in Korea. Then they've got another one that they don't really sell here that much. Those are interesting. Uh, this is an opportunity for them to bring it up further. And this can be done today, but I don't see them doing this today. At least not the wheel the way it is shown there. You'd have to get the airbag either to shoot through this thing or come up from this side. This will make it. If you can reach that, that can make it. That screen is going to change shape and size. Those pedals can stay. They won't, but they can. I mean, this isn't going to be too far off. Or it doesn't have to be too far off, I should say. It doesn't have to be too far off. We've got the technology, we've got the materials. Will it make it, though? And there's a lot of speakers, a lot of speakers. Wine coolers in the back are going to be more popular than I would hope after level 5 FSD shows up. Yeah, I agree. There's an opportunity for them today. Like the Maybach and a lot of the cars in the China market already have it, even if they're not that luxury. Just because if you're normally chauffeured around, why not pop a bottle of bubbly? And like you said, when everybody's got a chauffeur, it's gonna become insanely popular. So like my little Lion cooler, I've got the non Model Y version of the cooler. I've got the small one and the big one. They've got a lithium battery and solar panels, and they can go down to fridge or freezer temperatures, and they work great. They have an opportunity to not just do Model Y, but to be the wine cooler vendor of choice. Let's see. Genesis reportedly built the first GV90 prototypes in October. Okay, so you've got prototypes, but you're showing us the concept still. Or is this thing going to make it? 'Cause if that is the car, I think they will sell pretty well, and they are going to be stupid expensive. Uh, Although test vehicles are out and about, these are just the test mules. The actual prototype models will roll off assembly in October. Uh, has anyone actually brought this to market aside from like vans? Like I know that the Sprinter van has it. I know some of the Dodges have an option for the swivel seat from the factory. But has anyone done it in an SUV or car? And this one you'd have to open the door to swivel because it's got a console in the middle. On the vans, you don't usually have a console, so you can swivel to the inside. I really like this back here. So this is definitely they're going for an executive car. And even though the executives don't use the middle seats, not having 5 seats does limit your market substantially. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the FF91, but from a company that could actually bring it to market. Let's see. I want those pedals to connect from the top, like most pedals. The Cybertruck has those. The Cybertruck has me over the style of accelerator where the pad can slip and crack and catch. Yeah, but if there's nothing up there to catch, is it really that bad? Unless you're that whistling diesel guy who just slams the crap out of your pedal with a boot. But that could happen on the undermount on the overmount style as well. I think if they keep them like this, I think that they should not have problems like we saw with the Cybertruck. The problem is the Cybertruck had that long accelerator pedal, and then the cover slid up and caught under the dash. I've never really figured out what my preference is for where the pedals come from. I've had both. It's easier to clean under the ones that hang under than it is to clean under the ones that go through the floor. I will say that. Is that my only preference with them? I don't know. Um, Captain's chairs that rotate are super fun. The best feature of old Chevy conversion vans. Oh, that's true. I did have a chance to try it out on the old Chevy conversion vans. We took a rented one to go to Disney when I was a kid. Um, you would think that we'd see an F-150 or something like that. I agree. I totally agree. So the Genesis Neolum electric SUV concept interior. Source Hyundai motor. I think if it is anything like the concept, it will do well for them. Mass production is expected to start in 26 using Hyundai's new Ulsan EV plant. The GV90 will be the first model underpinned by Honda's second gen EM platform. which should handle superchargers better because they have time to do it right this time. The EM platform will be an evolution of the eGMP, which powers Hyundai's Ioniq 5, 6, and Kia's EV series like the EV6 and EV9 and Genesis GV60. Hyundai said the platform is designed for a wide range of vehicles, including small cars, pickup trucks, and flagship models like the Genesis GV90. I don't know if I included it, but there was some pickup truck floating around, and this could be that. Not this, but this platform could be underneath that if it was a Hyundai. I don't remember whose pickup it was. They didn't have a picture of it, so I was like, well, I don't want to talk about it. Getting ready to launch the Ioniq 9, and so this is probably just going to be the Genesis version of the Ioniq 9. I hope Genesis actually is doing a deal with Lucid. The ho-hum Genesis EVs to date have caused me to look past them. But well, yeah, their styling is a little generic. If their vehicles start offering 350 to 400 miles range, I would be excited about them. Has been restricted by costs, not so much technology. With the GV90 being the most expensive vehicle Hyundai Group makes, I think 350-mile range is easily broached. It depends on how much the extra doodads and gizmos cost. Um, they can get the battery there. Not just a question of cost, of cramming more batteries into the vehicle. Batteries is more weight, negatively impacting the vehicle's performance and handling. Yeah, but somebody who buys this, are they really going to use the performance more than one or two times so they just lay the hammer down? You can make this work. This customer is not looking for the same thing that the Dodge customer is looking for. You got this. Uh, more space, challenges repackaging. A bigger battery will take longer to charge at night. Bigger batteries actually get you more miles at a time on a fast charger. And any future battery repair and replacement costs more. Yeah, but who keeps the car long enough to replace the battery? Other than Nissan Leaf owners. The typical consumer won't care specifically about efficiency, but they will care about traits that bring efficiency brings with it. Yeah, there's that. The comparable Genesis to the Lucid Air is the G80, and it gets much worse miles per kilometer or per kilowatt hour. Uh, so the Genesis has some work to do. Yeah, but the Lucid costs more, and their whole thing is we're the best fuel efficiency. Like the Prius of the luxury EVs. Add a disco ball. Interior is a bit much. It's a concept. Uh, the sleek minimalist exterior with headlight accent lines. Oh yeah, it's true. If they made it the inside look like the outside, that would also be something interesting. That screen should be illegal. It is. um, supposed to be larger than the 80 or just more luxurious? Good question. Supposed to be 3 to 4 inches longer than the 80 or about the same length as the EV9. And it goes from a theoretical third row to an actually useful third row. So it's like Model Y to Model X third row or Model Y to Suburban third row. Like useful. The X is useful, but it will not work for taller people for long trips. It will hold taller people, but it will not work for taller people for long trips. I expect it to be better than a Bentiaga or a Cullinan. That's what I'm saying. Those people, they're trying to, not look so ostentatious. Like they still want to have all the stuff that they're used to, but they don't want, you know, their neighbors who are now on their third inflation reduced or induced austerity. But they, I'm driving a Hyundai. It's not a Bentley. I'm fine. Yeah, I'm just like you guys. All right, next, let's go on. Let's go on. We've got more Hyundai. Hyundai Group, I should say. Hyundai wants to conquer the U.S. truck market following a Tesla Cybertruck teardown. So, did they buy their own or did they buy the Monroe Report? Is Hyundai already planning to go after Tesla's Cybertruck? Following a teardown and analysis of the Cybertruck, Hyundai wants to make a comeback in the U.S. pickup truck market. Uh, Hyundai, including Genesis and Kia, is having a record-setting year in the U.S. in 2023, or had. After topping Jeep owners Stellantis, Honda, and Nissan in the sales year, Hyundai went on to become America's fourth largest automaker. Now the ball is in the South Korean automakers' court. Hyundai doesn't plan on letting up. They are missing out on the largest segments in the U.S. Pickup trucks. According to Cox Automotive, full-size pickup trucks accounted for 13.7% of new vehicle sales in June, topping the midsize at 5.4 and compact cars at 7.6. New exclusive report from Korea's Naver claims that Hyundai's Namyang Research Center has been tearing down the Cybertruck CR review for analysis last month. After testing was complete on July 28th, the XEVTF team in charge of the EREV research and development is making it a priority. I mean, when you get into this thing and see how simple it is, it's gotta charge you up a little bit, give you a little excitement. Like, hey, we've got the structural battery pack, we've got these gigantic castings, we've got 2 or 3 motors, got the 48-volt architecture, the steer-by-wire, software-defined everything, and not everybody's interested in the fully minimalist interior, so there's like an opportunity there to do something. And then if you stick this polygon into the wind tunnel, it's surprisingly efficient. If the tailgate cover is down, the vault is closed, basically. There is a lot that you can learn from tearing this thing apart and then making your own. Hyundai plans to conquer the surging U.S. pickup market. Excuse me. Hyundai plans over 50,000 extended range electric vehicles per year starting in 2029. So is it going to have a generator on board? It's going to be like the Dodge Ram Charger. Ram Charger. Not a bad move if you're going to use it for towing. You get some extra range. And then for those of us that don't need all that extra weight, just give us a bigger battery to offset. That way, you put a bigger battery in it to offset the missing weight of the engine. Then your pure EV will still be compelling, and then you can put a frunk in there. On the other hand, Kia has been teasing its first pickup truck, the Tasman, ahead of its debut later this year. If that is the size of a Tacoma and Maverick, somewhere in there, that thing will do well if it's priced right. If it's an EV, that'll be fun. With all this opening in the front, though, it doesn't look like an EV. Kia announced plans in 22 to launch 2 electric pickup trucks, one dedicated model and another for strategic emerging markets. Following its Cybertruck teardown, will we see an electric Hyundai or Kia hit the market in the U.S.? Question mark. The report claims that Hyundai is focusing on the EREV tech following China's large-scale influence at the Beijing Motor Show. I think the next 15 years in cars, assuming that we don't have like a revolutionary like cyber taxi or like road trains or some sort of taking people out of the equation, because we can't just build walkable cities in 15 years. I think it's gonna look like nothing we've seen in the 100 years past. It's not the first time Hyundai has tested a rival brand's pickup. Last month, a Ford F-150 Lightning with Korean plates was spotted near Hyundai's facilities. Interesting. Cybertruck topped Lightning in U.S. registrations in May to become the top-selling electric pickup truck, as well as the top-selling car over 100,000. And according to S&P Global Mobility data, the Cybertruck was the 5th top-selling EV in the U.S. in May, while the Lightning was number 10. Last week, we talked about all the breathless, there were 3 breathless articles about how Tesla had canceled the base trim and was selling. Uh, the Cybertruck only started at 100 grand now, and as I said at the time, they they it was just because they were making the Foundation series to able to buy without a reservation. Um, Something I didn't realize that was in there was that you couldn't get the efficiency wheels previously. You can now order the efficiency wheels on it as well. And of course, as we predicted, more of those breathless articles came out all over the world trying to make a big deal of nothing. So, as I had said previously, if they had just added these options and then opened the configurator up to the public, and then just, you couldn't pick dual motor, you couldn't pick uh, tri motor, and you couldn't pick base model, it only had two Foundation series, dual motor and tri motor Foundation series. That would have cut all of that crap off at the pass. With more Cybertruck and F-150 Lightning spotted at Hyundai's backyard, a pickup seems more likely, more than likely. The Santa Cruz was expected to be the one, but it ranked 12th in U.S. pickup sales last year. Yeah, because it's a curvy SUV with a curvy cut bed, and it's from Hyundai. Not what pickup drivers are looking for. Not to say it's not a good vehicle. I don't know anything about it. I've seen it. I've seen Dr. Miro go over it, and one other person, but it's just not what most U.S. pickup buyers are looking for, even for small pickups. A little too much car. Same sort of stuff that the original Ridgeline had trouble with, except that was more of a truck than the Santa Fe, Santa Cruz, Santa Cruz. Top comment: the Hyundai Santa Cruz has been a relative hit for the brand. Yeah, I mean it's not, it fills a need, but it doesn't. It's not set up to be gangbusters. Uh, an electrified second generation was confirmed, and Kia dealers have been begging for a pickup, so some demand is there. But there's still a big difference between a compact like the Santa Cruz, or even a mid-size model like the Tasman, and a full-size F-150. Baby steps. Make one model, make it good, get the reviews, do the next one, and then refresh them all. You try to do a three-pronged approach and you're not already known for making trucks, you're gonna get your feelings hurt. I think that the Hyundai rightly recognizes that. Hyundai invests a lot in competitive benchmarking, even in segments where they don't play. So I wouldn't read this as a lightning competitor is coming. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Ford sold 421,000 F-Series trucks this year so far, with nearly 18,500 of them being Lightning models. Meanwhile, Hyundai is wrapping up its final testing on its three-row SUV, the Ioniq 9, and is expected to officially unveil the Ioniq 9 in November at the LA Auto Show as the automaker looks to keep the momentum going. We'll see what happens. A Hyundai pickup truck that's electric would be fun. All right, let's talk about China. What are we talking about, China? China installed as many public EV chargers in the last 73 days as the United States has ever. Take a look at this chart. US public EV chargers installed ever is the blue line, and China public EV chargers installed starting 73 days ago is the red line. Damn. So, wow. I didn't ask you to open more windows on me. Close it. Wow. Just wow. The looking at right over 180,000, pushing 190,000 chargers in 73 days. Now, are we talking handles or stations? And if we're comparing apples to apples, that doesn't even matter. That is impressive. And are we talking level 2 or DC fast or everything? Let's see. Source is Snowball Capital, China Electric Vehicle Charging Infrastructure Promotion, Alliance US DOE Alternative Fuels Data Center, Wind. Note 1, active level 2 AC and level 3 DC charging plugs. There we go. So that's all public charging. Note 2, U.S. total installed chargers ever. China installed starting 73 days ago. So this is not counting the chargers, the public chargers that China already had. These are just the new ones. Wow. Wow. What do you guys think? And yes, there could be like a whole crap ton of just level 2s and a handful of level 3s, but that's including all level 2s and level 3s ever, and all level 2s and level 3s from the last 73 days. China is installing 33 times as many public EV chargers as the US, and the gap is only widening. In 2023, China installed 25.8 times more public EV chargers than the United States. And in 2022, China installed 20.9 times more public EV chargers than the United States. Let's look at this chart. Is it the same chart? No, it's not. Through July 2024. Oh, it is the same chart, but they showed us ever starting in 22, and they showed us 73 days ago to now. It just instead of just starting at the 73-day mark like the previous chart did. Wow. In 2023, one city in China, Shenzhen, installed 4.3 times more public EV chargers than the entire United States. More of this at his Substack. Just Shenzhen. And that wasn't even their best. Guangdong did even better. Interesting. Or did Guangdong just do this difference between Shenzhen and the rest of China? It goes dot 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 down, so I'm guessing that that covers both. Because if this weren't there, I would assume it was just the difference. But because it goes down like that, I'm assuming that they also did that many as Shenzhen. Yeah, ouch is right, buddy. Uh, what are the power of these EV chargers installed by other Chinese companies? What percentage of them work well? I'll give you both of those. I'll give you both of those. But DC fast tells us we're looking at more than 50 kilowatts. Let's see here. Let's look at the multi-stream real quick. All right, we're still good there. Go back again. And back again. And back one more time. At what cost? Sarcastically. Yes, but they are building tons of coal-fired power plants, heavy polluters. Actually, you'd be surprised to find out that they are ripping out their coal plants. Funny how every numpty comes up with the same fact. China does rely on coal, but also has 30% renewables in the mix, and that is growing. China's CO2 per capita is on par with Europe and much less than the USA. Well, you can't dispute my point. China may still be building new coal plants. They are ripping out coal plants, and they are installing way more renewables between hydro, solar, and wind. Because of the way they're structured, they don't want to be on the hook for all those fossil expenses. They want some free renewables. Come on, baby. They build coal to supplement and stabilize the green production. Those coal plants are not running at full capacity. You can't have 100% energy capacity coming from green energy without big batteries. And I do believe we talked recently about a couple of big battery plants from China competing with Tesla and some of the other well-known big battery manufacturers. To the point where we talked about how the Chinese offering was one big battery pack, one inverter pack, one grid connection. And so the fact that you had to deal with all three still gave, at the time, the more expensive mega pack an advantage. Because pop it in, connect it to service, walk away. Versus put the three modules down, connect them to each other, connect to service, program it. But if the price is substantially lower than a mega pack, it might be worth the hassle for you, depending on what your business is. There should be a downvote button. I agree. So the guy who never went to China, been to China the last 5 years. I believe you just read the U.S. mainstream news about China. green energy production alone is 60% of the total American energy production. Yeah, exactly. And per capita emission is way less than yours. They dropped solar panel prices by more than 90%. They almost single handedly saved the planet. I don't know about all that. But when this guy made it so that it was harder to import Chinese solar panels, they didn't slow down on their production. They kept it going. And since we weren't buying them, they bought them themselves for cheaper. That's what accelerated the Chinese green transformation. They had the production and they had the product. They were selling it to us. We stopped buying it or reduced buying it. So they just put them on their on their cities. Yeah, it's called growing economy and having an actual industrial sector, something the West has been missing for decades. You need to grow equals you need more energy equals you need more plants. Pretty simple, no? And not to mention that they installed more renewables than the entire world combined last year. And I'm not, just like not against China. I'm not for China, but I am. This is incredible. They've done both of these things: more charging and more renewables. The world's largest single capacity floating wind platform is en route to somewhere, probably in China. Let's continue on. Gotta give them credit where credit's due. Staying in China, um, Brian found out that they are actually a part of some other Chinese conglomerate, Geely. They're part of Geely that we already know of for Volvo and Polestar. So Zeekr, which is controlled by Geely. Interesting. I'll have to look at that later. Somebody just died. Um, a legend, apparently, according to the title. Geely today has showcased their new in-house designed ultra-fast charging LFP battery installed on its new 007 sedan. 007? I know what they're doing there. I see what you did there. From 10 to 80% in 10 minutes. It adds 300 plus miles of range in 15 minutes. And it has a 472 kilowatt peak charging speed achieved in the video shown below. Zeekr's new V3 fast chargers are rated for up to 800 kilowatts of charging speeds, and they have a 75 kilowatt hour battery. One kind of conspiracy theory that Brian suggested was perhaps they could use a bigger battery than they tell us to not make that as stressful on the battery, and I liked that option. One, it'll give you less degradation over time, and two, it will allow you to do 0 to 100 charging way faster than anybody else. But it does mean you're dragging around a lot of just dead weight. Zeekr said the new battery can achieve the same charge performance even in negative 10 degrees Celsius or 14 degrees Fahrenheit weather with 30 minutes of charging its chargers, or 30 minutes using its chargers. Zeekr will begin deliveries of its new 2025 007 sedan with its new battery starting next week. And the car starts at just $30,000. I wonder if the $30,000 one has this same battery tech in it. Gotta give them props for that. And here's what it looks like. It doesn't look bad. Looks like the Lucid, doesn't it? Other than the unicorn thing that we saw on Xpeng. Xpeng is not Geely. I mean, that is not bad styling. As long as it's a hatchback and not a trunk. I would consider such a thing if it's crash worthy and we're sold here. I mean, that is a clean interior. Very Model 3, but also a little bit more luxurious looking with like the let's see the panels there. They have a little more to them there. The seats, it could be just a hair above what they're selling in Model 3. That was definitely a Model 3 dashboard through and through, except for they took the SX style and put a binnacle in front of the wheel. I like that. Get your phone chargers. It's got a tall windshield, but not really like Model X and Cybertruck style. It's very Model 3 style, where it's an S style. It's just like, I guess Model 3, because Model S is a really low windshield. Okay, so Yeah, yeah. And I'd probably get it in yellow because I'm like that. That could still be a trunk, but I'm hoping that means it's a hatchback. The way that it looks there. All right, quite impressive. But I want to see field tests and that. Electric vehicle charging is getting faster. Cattle is one of the leaders, but there are several others, and they are not all Chinese. True. It's called the C rating. Yep. It's C rating 1C is charge the battery in 1 hour. 2C is charge the battery in 30 minutes, or discharge as well. Tesla nickel battery is 3.2C. This means you multiply the battery size by this number to see the max charging rate. So a 75 kilowatt pack at 3.2C is 240 kilowatt hours, or kilowatts, sorry, peak rating. And Cattle is starting to ship some 4C rated batteries, which is 300 kilowatts for that same pack. They've announced that the they've announced that the 5C batteries for production next year, a 375 kilowatt charging speed on a 75 kilowatt hour pack. That is impressive. Not many chargers currently installed that can do that, but let V4 come around and it can certainly do that. Assuming that we install megawatt V4 chargers like promised, 1000 amps at 1000 volts. Bring it. And then the car can downrate it to what it wants. Now think about it being a 100 kilowatt hour pack. You would need 500 kilowatt hour, a 500 kilowatt charger, half a megawatt. We can do it. 500 kilowatt charger, small potatoes, even with cars. The new standard is 800 kilowatt, and we suspect we'll see 1 megawatt for some non-commercial applications. The Tesla Semi uses the MCS standard to get megawatt and beyond charging speeds. I would not call 500 kilowatt small potatoes. For an 8 stall station, they would need a 4 megawatt transformer and utility hookup. Or, or they can get a battery. Or buffer it with a battery. Because even if the car can do megawatt charging, just like we see today with the cars that can do 250, they're not holding it for very long. That is their peak. And so you can easily just push that out from a giant battery. And then follow it down, and then while it's down, you can refill the big battery at normal speeds. And yeah, the Semi uses MCS2. I'm curious if Semi Mark II, especially that European Semi, are going to use MCS3, or if they're going to stick with MCS2, because MCS2 had licensing issues, and you don't really want to see them have a repeat of Teslas have one charger and everybody else has another. Although MCS2 and MCS3 should be able to swap the cables out, but then you'd also have to swap all the charge ports. So I'm curious where Tesla's going with that when they actually start mass production instead of the boutique testing they've been doing with Pepsi and a few others. Let's look at these replies. That was me. That can get very expensive, right? Yeah, it can get beyond expensive. Expensive and very long delivery, plus the local infrastructure might not be able to handle it. Many Tesla stations are limited to 1 megawatt transformers for this reason, and may need to throttle charging speeds in some cases when the charger site is busy. Yeah, we see that too. For the large Tesla sites that have electrical bottlenecks, that do not have batteries, uh, if they get the site is full, uh, they do start to, all the bays start to come down. As they empty out, they can use their DC interconnects between the V3s and V3 pluses to help hide that, but it is a real issue. The C rate is for amp hour rating of battery, not kilowatt rating. I agree when talking about individual cells and small packs. However, my observation as a layman is that EV charging batteries, people nerds accepted, don't usually talk in current amps or amp hours. I hate it when people compare batteries talking amp hours, and we're talking about different voltages of batteries and battery packs. It is so annoying. Like, this is a 800 amp hour battery, and this is a 200 amp hour battery. One is like 12 volts. One is like 48 volts. It's not really a useful comparison. Give us Give us the kilowatts, and then we can go from there. Kilowatt hours, and we can go from there. Uh, in this case, kilowatt charging rates and kilowatt hour battery pack capacity, it's watts that do the work, and volts and amps are variables. That's right. My point in reply is that increasing C rates of batteries will require more powerful chargers. Well, to keep them at the same, max, require more powerful chargers than are currently commonly installed. Yes, and to get to the promised advantage of less time at the charger, mm, we're still just talking about adding miles and adding kilometers, so it doesn't really need to charge at max speed to do that. If it can just charge at whatever the charger can give for a little while. Who was talking about 100 miles in 10 minutes? If 100 miles is all you need, 10 minutes is all you have, that's fine. Typically measured kilowatts. It's correct that you need both the voltage and the amperage to make this happen. And battery voltage in EV packs varies, but is commonly between 400 and 800 volts. That is true. Many fast chargers out there claim kilowatt rate that they can only do at 800 volts, so they just can't provide the amps to do it at 400 volts. Tesla chargers, for example, are limited to about 500 volts DC for now. Whenever the V4 makes its debut, I'm sure some folks are going to get some Cybertrucks and third-party EVs up there to go find out what's going on. Copy to respectable EV charging nerd. Perhaps he will honor us with some clarifying words. Brandon. We follow Brandon. We know Brandon. I think we might have met a couple times around the Charlotte area. We talk online regularly in passing. Cars will need Tesla semi-plugs. MCS connectors. If you have fast charging, why do you need a 100 kilowatt hour battery? To absorb some of that current. You put that current in a small battery, you fry it. Look at this. A Waymo thing. The fifth generation Waymo driver provides more than 50,000 trips to paying riders. To bring the benefits of our life saving technology to even more people, please meet our sixth generation Waymo driver as it begins sensor testing and validation. It looks better than the Jaguar. I'll give him that. True is absolutely impressive. All right, let's before that comment section gets any more like fuddy duddies and Debbie Downers. Let's go on to the next thing. Wes says Wes Morel of Tesla. Our continued goal is to make it extremely easy to order. It was overly complicated and has been simplified based on what we are producing today. So this is what we were talking about earlier about Cybertruck, and people say, "Oh no, they canceled the rear-wheel drive." They did not. And then he links to a Sawyer tweet. We'll get into that in a minute. Pretty lousy of Tesla to keep the $1,000 deposit even after disallowing of transferring towards the purchase of a different vehicle. Agreed. We finally got to test drive Cybertruck this week, which led my wife to conclude that she'd prefer something else, so I lost $1,000. Not very consumer friendly. It was a $100 deposit, $1,000 non-transferable. Take delivery as is or forfeit. This person is talking about the reservation. This person is talking about a deposit. So he's already pushed all the buttons in the app or website to have one start coming to his house. This person, what the person thinks about, the $100 person is thinking about what you did 4 years ago. I want one. It was $100. Fully refundable. But once you tell them, yeah, make it happen. Give me a VIN, ship it to my local service center, you don't get that money back. It doesn't feel good. I'll tell you that. Sorry to say it, but you probably should have not put down that non-refundable order deposit. Your wife owes you $1,000. Doesn't quite work that way, but yeah, you shouldn't have pushed the button before the test drive if this was a possibility. So you just regret your decision after you agreed to a non-refundable deposit. Why is that lousy of Tesla? He has a point. If he's still going to buy a Tesla, like, let me get a Model 3, Model X, Model Y, Model S. Does it really hurt them? Because they don't build them custom anymore. They just match VINs and locations, and there aren't that many trims of Cybertruck, so it's real easy. It's pretty poor that Tesla and Musk keep the deposit, especially if it took longer to manufacture than the price changed, and they're only selling the Foundation series to non-reservation holders. In my opinion, it should be fully. That part is. That part is. Uh, those ones are the $100 is refundable, but the $1,000 order this one, ship it, deposit, $100 reservation. Is not refundable, but it is lame. They won't transfer to another church. That's the purchase. I think lame is ableist. What can I use instead? Square. Um, Crummy. Copy this. Yeah, let's do it. No, I don't want to double post. I want to reply, and then I want to copy the post to the other guy. I don't want to ask Grok anything. Copy that. See what might be offensive or spam. Give me a text fan. You might be a lucky fan. Fake Elon. So yeah, that was spam. How do I get Elon fan card? So that's spam too. They're getting better at finding the spam. Usually, it's actually people I want to talk to, that are marked as spam because they're saying stuff Elon doesn't like. All right, so. Oh wait, what did Sawyer say that Wes was responding to? Seems to be some confusion about recent changes to Tesla's online Cybertruck configurator. So let me explain. Between 2009 and 2023, or sorry, 2019 and 2023, Tesla allowed people to reserve three trims: a single motor rear wheel drive, dual motor all wheel drive, and tri motor all wheel drive, aka Cyber Beast. But the Cybertruck launched with the $100,000 to $220,000 Foundation Series in late 2023, a trim that Tesla didn't previously offer reservations for. There were over 1 million Cybertruck reservations headed into launch. These were all non-Foundation Series reservations. Tesla is a business, so why not capitalize on that excitement by offering a more expensive version initially for people that are willing to pay extra to get it? Helps Tesla's margins. Also limits the amount of people that are out there just whining and complaining about new model stuff that they could fix. Because some reason you spend extra and get the special edition, you're less likely to whine online. Less likely. Last week, Tesla opened up Foundation Series orders to everyone in North America, including Canada, after previously only offering the trim to people who held Cybertruck reservations. And in the process, they removed the non-Foundation Series trim from the online configurator, which I think was a mistake. Because you can leave it there and say sold out. They have a full sold out function in their system. Foundation Series production will end when demand for that trim naturally dries up. So only so many people can afford a $100,000 truck, or want to. When that happens, Tesla will offer less expensive Cybertruck trims. Just because the Foundation Series is currently the only trim on the online configurator now does not mean that other trims and less expensive version are canceled, which, as we talked about last week, so many disingenuous, misleading headlines. Only two or three at the time, but then over the week, hundreds. Plus all the people who talk about news on video, even more than the hundreds that we saw. WLA removed it. does not mean that other trims and less expensive versions are canceled. The media is trying to make it seem like Tesla has either canceled the less expensive trims or that demand is low for the $100,000 version. But Foundation Series production has gone on longer than most thought it would, which wouldn't have happened if there was no demand for it. Yeah, because anytime you say Tesla, you get some clicks. You say something outrageous and Tesla, and you get some clicks. You say something that sounds stupid or something that pisses people off and Tesla, you got a lot of people clicking on it because then you've got the people who love to just hate watch Tesla. You've got the people who love Tesla too much and they want to click on it. And the people who are curious, like, what the hell is this? What do you mean canceled? I was waiting on this thing. Oh, it's BS. Um, and then the lovers and the haters, they are in there arguing. And the whole time ads are being served. There is incentive for doing this crap. It's just, do you want to be an ethical business person or do you just want money? By business person, I mean person who's looking for these clicks. So, Cybertruck is on track to achieve profitability by the end of this year, according to Tesla's most recent Q2 earnings report. Probably too long of a post, but there's the explanation. You paid for the blue check so you get edits and long posts. Don't complain or apologize for it. It's not like you wrote eight pages. He's responding to this person with one of them crappy headlines that we talked about. Appreciate the work putting into a spread accurate information. 100% agree. Foundation series is limited, and you can grab one now if you want, or wait for the more affordable ones. Now, if I found $100,000 in between the seat cushions, I would probably get the Foundation series. But since I can't spare an extra 20 grand for almost nothing, you do get stuff for it, but almost nothing. I am not currently trying to make that happen. Foundation. I was offered Foundation Series and was told I have the options to pass on it until they begin offering the Cybertruck, basic Cybertruck. Yeah, exactly. In my opinion, once the Foundation Series orders are exhausted, Tesla will begin offering basic Cybertruck, which they will go back to the beginning of the list. I think that's how it will go too, which then also means that my waiting till the next morning to put my deposit down will bite me once again, not just on the Foundation Series, but again on the regular. But the good thing is, so many of the people who actually are in front of me in line bought a Foundation Series, so they're not in front of me anymore on the normal price one. My opinion, once the Foundation Series is obviously basic, getting the list with over 2 million Cybertruck reservations. If I opted to bypass the Foundation Series offer, that would be an extremely long wait. Did you place the order? Just received today. So he's getting a Foundation Series. Next most obvious step is a high trim capability Cybertruck below Foundation Series, but also above basic. Yeah, they're going to do that. Oh, sorry, you can only get it with the gigantic wheels that nobody wants. I say nobody, but nobody looking for efficiency ones. Although the efficiency wheels are ugly. Ugly. If they're not production constrained, Tesla will offer the basic version as well, only in small quantities. Yeah. So we might just see just Cyber Beast as a non-foundation. Mr. Electric Car Lunacy says, too late, I have my $100 back. It's almost like a company that sells products should communicate to customers without depending on random third-party posts. Free market or something. I agree. Like, they don't even have to pay to advertise. They can just post on X. And they do just post on X. Look at the Cybertruck account constantly commenting on stuff. And look at the weird stuff the Tesla account posts. They shouldn't have to rely on their engineers and leads to do this. It just goes back to, like I said, Elon is a terrible communicator, and and it just constantly bites them. Yes, they are still succeeding, but imagine how much more successful they'd be if they could communicate, and also if they still treated us like royalty on service. Uh, let's see. Next up, my mouse is doing stupid stuff. There it goes. Welcome back. All right, so I did put it in here. Lucid confirms that the number of charging ports for the production Gravity SUV, going Tesla'Rati, are one. Vice President of Global Communications, Nick Tork, has clarified a key detail about the upcoming Gravity. As per the Lucid executive in a post on X, the Lucid Gravity will have only one charge port, contrary to the development cars that have been spotted today. The production Lucid Motors Gravity will have one charge port. Some development cars have two charge ports for testing purposes. Some is doing a lot of heavy lifting there because every one that people have seen is have two. Let's follow this guy so we can keep up. Mazda! Mazda! Our friends at Mazda. It's taking longer to load than I thought. All right, we'll come back to Mazda while it loads. Let's go back to another X post. This one's from my phone, so I don't know what it's about. Now you don't need to go to the dealer to get it fixed. Cadillac recalls. Okay, so here we have a recall of 20,000 Cadillac Lyric EVs, but it is a software update recall. So you don't have to bring it in. Just wait. Push the button on your screen. Push the button on your app. I don't know how it works with the Cadillac. You download the update and you're good to go. Let's see what the recall is about. So many posts about this that involve, in my opinion, this is what they will do. When folks have reservations, the company should be communicating what's going on, what's happening, not the Vibe network. I totally agree. I totally agree. The only reason I kept it is because I still want the truck, and there's a chance that they will restart the list. Uh, it matches what they've done in the past, so um, I'll give them a shot on it. Oh, Inside EVs, both times. And just like that, we have recovered. So it's definitely their load balance. So you saw how long it took, and then it gave me that crappy one, and then it finally loaded. Okay, so yeah, I agree. I agree. So yeah, it shouldn't be based on vibes. They should just be talking to us. Even if they want to put us under NDA, be like, hey, here's what's going on with your reservation. Don't tell anyone, or we'll cancel you. That, I mean, it will leak, but they'll be able to hold it for a while because you got the NDA there. Or worse, do an NDA and say, we will sue you, and yeah, that'll stay tight for quite a while. Did they say what location the port is at? I've seen folks concerned about a rear charge port being less convenient for towing. A rear charge port is less convenient for towing, but if you're going to put it on the driver's side, like we saw there, both their ports were on the driver's side. So if it's on driver's side front, then it won't work for supercharging for towing. And if it's on driver's side rear, then it's in the right place for any supercharging, the pull-throughs or drop the trailer and back in, or the nose-in spots where your trailer is just hanging out in the aisle. I've got a photo of that. Stand by. A nose-in spot where your trailer's hanging out in the aisle. There are a couple versions of it. Some of them are really crappy. Some of them are pretty cool. Pull up a picture, but because my photos aren't really all set for public consumption, I need to check it first. Getting closer. There we go. Let's go with this one. You know what? I can move this to the window we're in. Move tab to Mazda. So, like this one has two nose installs for towing, or bike racks, or any other reason that the car physically can't reverse in and still hit the charger. Uh, I've told the story already. Some lady with a Model S pulled into the next one, and a family with a Model Y had to wait or unload all their stuff. I don't remember which to make it happen because she couldn't be bothered to reverse into any of the other 12 plus spots. But I was able to just pull in, and because this one is so deep and out of the way, I can call that a towing friendly spot versus a nose in where my tail is hanging out in the middle of the aisle, like in Burlington. North Carolina. Uh, in Burlington, it's still not bad because it's like a third tier strip mall, so they really aren't getting that much traffic except possibly on Black Friday. That it doesn't matter that you're blocking the aisle with your trailer. It just works out. Then there are others where it's not quite so polite, but it still works. But this is why it doesn't have to matter that your charge port is in the rear. And back there in the background is why it can matter. Let me. So yeah, having to do this at the name eludes me all of a sudden. I had it and the name is gone. Wonder if it'll tell me where it was. At Kingsland. This is the Kingsland, Georgia supercharger. It's a V2, and so I had to unhook. So that's my trailer in front of us there. And then there's this, which is not always an option. You can block either a bunch or a few of the stalls. If this was bigger and having these stupid islands in it, I could what I would have done was put either the car side or the trailer side into the gas car parking. But we were just in for pizza and we were in the car, so it wasn't a problem to see people coming in and to move. You'll see us do that all the time at I think it's Somerset Supercharger. It's the one between Santee and Charleston. Um, it's got a Dairy Queen, Sonny's gas station, and Mini Mart. We'll do that all the time over there because they've got some non Tesla spaces next to the Tesla spaces, and it usually works out. We're only taking up two, maybe three superchargers, but right, so. Yeah, so they didn't say what location the port's going to be. It's either going to be the driver's left, driver's front, or driver's rear. I really hope it's driver's rear because driver's front doesn't line up with anybody's stuff unless they're going to keep the CCS board on there. Yeah, because that's where it already is for Electrify America and the rest. Lyric OTA updates? Yay. Yeah, exactly. Because I've been tired of the bring it in to the dealer recalls. Inside EVs, if you're watching, I can fix your cert issues for what it's worth. Yes, Inside EVs and Motor One and a couple others. They've got some bad cert issues on their just a handful of their load balancers. Yeah, a few times as I've seen a Rivian towing, I think the same driver's side rear spot as a standard Tesla Naxport would have been the most helpful. Yeah. I do like though that for the driver's side front, not the driver's side fender, but the driver's side front corner, like Rivian has it in the bumper. That is really nice for towing at a regular supercharger spot if you can get it where you're not like blocking everybody because you take up two spots when you do that. Um, it makes every spot a nose in spot. So if they would have done like on the R2, if they had done passenger front, I'd have been fine with that because then they're only taking up one spot. Trailer's hanging out in the rear, and it's kind of like the best deal with the existing infrastructure because most supercharger spots are either uh, well, most supercharger spots are back in. There are a few that are nose in angled. I hate those ones. Uh, even when I'm not towing, I hate those ones. And then there are a few that are even worse. I hate these even more than the nose in angled. Is the reverse in angled? Uh, because again, if you had a U-Haul, you can't take it off. You can't supercharge at that site. Just a matter of fact. Or you need to have like 8 strong guys and able to lift the fully loaded trailer off, put it down, and then pick it back up and put it on. You're not doing it by yourself if it's fully loaded. Just is what it is. Uh, there's a supercharger that both puts you at the rear of the mall and still puts you in the middle of an entry exit across the traffic lane. Need to look it up in my old vids. Yeah, so those ones, uh, Florence, South Carolina is like that. Let me take this thing back off screen and find you a picture of Florence real quick. We'll move this back where it was. Uh, Search Florence. Did I spell it wrong? I didn't capitalize the F, so it assumed that we were talking about the word Florence rather than the place. That's stupid. All right, so let's move this back to where you guys can see it. We'll move it back to Mazda. And is this the one? Let's go through a couple of my Florence supercharging. So this guy, he got a ticket. That was fun. Uh, these didn't used to be superchargers, and then they were, and then people were still icing it, so they decided they were gonna start ticketing people. But before that, they put out cones and they put in these little hashes, and none of it was working. So they no more Mr. Nice Guy, and they started writing tickets. And I think the lady in black is the security guard or police officer. I don't remember who did it that day. I think it was security guard that day. Uh, so this is what I sometimes do at Florence if I want to not have the trailer out in the middle of the way, because they do have nose-in stalls for towing at Florence, but the trailer would be in the middle of the aisle. And since none of the spots were in use, and I do believe it was like before the mall even opened, rather than block the aisle, I just blocked a couple superchargers. But again, I was in the car, near the car, and could move it should a platoon of Tesla suddenly show up. That's just me regularly charging. Uh, I was towing there. Why it's only 52 at 32% is probably based on that year that my car was limited supercharging for some reason. 2019. I don't know. Florence is also a V2 station, so maybe I was sharing with somebody. And so this is what we typically do at Florence. Just nose in, trailer out in the middle of the way. Here, the mall is closed, so I didn't care. Not only is the mall closed, but everything else is closed, so I don't need to kind of nose in and nudge up and not worry about blocking the aisle. Who cares? Uh, but this is a less useful version of it. Although this would work great for a Rivian. He's still going to take up 2 spaces, but yeah, he'd still be taking up 2 spaces. No way around it. If he took this one and plugged it in. Yeah, I've forgotten any more pictures of this. That was right after they put the hashing in. Like, hey guys, look at this. I made a post on it. And see, it didn't work. Look, ice, 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 ice. and this, you see, this traffic is why I don't like to block their row when they might open soon or are open. Uh, but Buc-ee's is a V3, so there's no reason for me to go to this one now if I can help it, especially if they're closed, because again, Buc-ee's has clean restrooms. This place has some of the dirtiest restrooms I've ever seen. Okay, I take that back. Some of the dirtiest clean restrooms I've ever seen. Uh, there's a hierarchy. There's some nasty restrooms, but these ones, when they're clean, are unappealing. Uh, versus, like, oh lord, am I going to get infected stepping in this room? These ones are just unappealing when clean. And this is a panorama. It was one of the largest superchargers on the East Coast at the time, so I took a blurry photo of it. 2019. Yeah, it wasn't meant to be blurry. They had those signs up real quick, and they didn't work. They tried everything to stop the icing. See, this is how it used to look. There weren't these stupid hashes, and it didn't. This one got knocked over by a pickup truck. I do say on the ones where there are no parking stops, I no longer suggest that they're all because of pickup trucks, because, like I said, I saw that Model 3 with the older lady driving it who ran up on it. Thankfully, didn't scratch the supercharger or her car because she forgot which one was the brake pedal, I guess. So even the Model 3, it was rear wheel drive too. Model 3 rear wheel drive, I think it was a standard. They've got some juice when they're ready to charge, and so I no longer suggest that just because the supercharger is knocked over that it was a diesel bro. All right, back to Mazda. Mazda says that its new EV is truly global, but there's one problem. Mazda finally has a proper electric sedan in the pipeline. It sucks that US launch isn't in the cards. So there's no word on whether or not this thing is coming to the US. It makes sense, really. I think, though, when you consider how well sedans are doing in the States, they're not. Uh, so to have one and be ready to be able to ship it overseas whenever we're done with SUVs, that's a smart move. And to have it ready to go in places that aren't uh, obsessed with large vehicles is also smart. Let's see, they're gonna joint venture with China's Chengjian Automobile. There's a new Mazda EV in the pipeline called the EZ Echo Z6. Uh, it will go on sale in Europe and China this fall. Mazda is one of several Japanese automakers labeled as a laggard. They're worse than Toyota and Honda in the EV space because they made a 100-mile EV in 2020, and they finally decided to cancel it in 2023. Uh, and then they said they had no plans for anything else, which made them worse than the other two. Uh, and now they're back with a Chinese joint venture, and smartly are exporting it from their China joint venture so they can bring the cost down and raise the availability, and then have a chance to get back in the EV game. The automaker is known for its sporty models like the Mazda MX-5 Miata and the famous rotary engines, but barely has any presence in the EV market, or the US EV market. The only two electrified models it sells are the CX-70 and CX-90 plug-in hybrids, and I believe it was a CX-70 plug-in with a 100-mile range, but no gas. So it was a 2012 Leaf, or sorry, a 2010 Leaf in 2022. Which who buys that? And nobody did. They sold like 100 that year. Uh, However, Mazda will soon offer the EZ6 sedan. I mean, it looks nice inside. You've got a binnacle, you've got the screen, you've got like these vents, you've got the phone chargers, you've got the cup holders, the seats look comfortable. I thought that was leather the first time around, but that actually looks to be some sort of textile with like the leather or vinyl trim. And all these are soft touch leather like material. Got the flat bottom steering wheel, so it might have some zoom to it. Oh, more pictures. Okay, so that isn't textile, that's perforated leather. That looks upscale. I like the all glass roof. Always liked all glass roofs. I even like them with sunroofs in them, but did not use the one on my Model S all that much for several reasons. I like that. Reclines nicely. It's got a footrest like that. Chargers on that side for whatever reason. All right, so you don't really have a screen in the back, but you do have rear air controls. So that's what I'm saying right now is like the technology has gotten so cheap that you can have all these features that were like luxury car features for next to nothing. And then they can still charge a boatload for them, which is sad. Like, this is luxury. Like, no, that should be standard. Speaking of, we got some Model 3 to talk about later in the show. Uh, about ways that Tesla was able to lower some costs. I don't know if they lowered price, but they lowered some costs. Cadillac recalls over 20,000 lyrics because their brake lights might malfunction. 2023 and 2024 models of all-wheel drive are affected. Interesting. Just the all-wheel drive model. Certain all-wheel drive Cadillac Lyric EVs are being recalled to fix an issue that could make make the brakes. Oh, that's more than just the lights. That's not good. Rear-wheel drive models are not affected, and the issue can be resolved via an over-the-air software update. Boom, software update recall. Good on you, Cadillac. 21,469 lyric electric crossovers in the US are being recalled because of a software issue with the electronic brake control module, which may lead to a loss of braking power. Only 2023 and 2024 models with all-wheel drive are affected by this recall. GM's Cadillac parent company said that in rare circumstances during certain braking events on dry surfaces at speeds below 25 miles an hour, affected vehicles' anti-lock braking system may become overly sensitive. So if you lose braking power at 25 miles an hour on dry pavement, not only is that bad, it's also fully within the realm of the passive crash safety systems testing because they test at 30 miles an hour. So as long as you hit in a way that that's been tested for, you're going to be all right. Question is, whoever you hit. So I might be more concerned with just sliding off road if I could, just to avoid slamming into people, or go for a solid barrier. That's not advice. That's just what I might try and do in that situation. Take the software update, take it now, make it happen. In these conditions, if the ABS falsely activates and a specific sequence of wheel movements occurs, the vehicle will continue to release braking pressure in the vehicle's service brakes, which could lead to reduced stopping performance or even the brakes becoming inoperative. So if it's just the service brakes, another reason to flip through your manual, at least the emergency section, flip through it. Use your brake. Not gonna work as good as you'd like, but it will slow the car and slow it to a stop, especially from 25 miles an hour. And it's gonna do it rough. It's gonna when it gets there. So lean back into your headrest. That's a lot to think about, but as long as you don't panic, you can do this. Uh, and definitely, if you install your update, don't worry about it. Install the update and you're good. Um, the defect surfaced earlier this year after two reports of minor crashes resulting from alleged loss of power or braking power. After extensive engineering analysis and testing, GM opened a product investigation on May 31st that concluded that the condition, which can only occur under very rare circumstances, was related to a vehicle software issue with the vehicle's electronic brake control module. Hopefully, this is like something that was like being stored in the black box, and they were able to just, oh, you went into like dyno mode while slamming on the brakes, and we let the brakes go, or something. I don't know. The fix will be sent via an over-the-air software update to the affected vehicles, but owners can also perform the update by visiting a Cadillac dealer. GM is not aware of any injuries or fatalities associated with the issue. Just 3 field reports related to this condition were recorded. I don't know that just 3 is doing all that justice here when you consider that the Cadillac Lyric isn't exactly a large percentage of the EVs sold this year. It's noticeable, but just 3 out of a much smaller number is concerning. The Lyric has been subject to several other recalls since its debut in 2022, and most of them were bringing into the dealer recalls, including one for a seatbelt bracket that had been properly welded, or may not have been properly welded, and another for an insufficient wire insulation on the electric motor that could lead to a loss of drive power. You can't re-weld the seatbelt or rewire the motor over the air, unfortunately. OT update to fix. Move on, folks. They still need to know about it, and they still need to know why it's important to install the updates. Especially since the update's not out yet, they need to know to be mindful, not to confuse it on dry surfaces below 25 miles an hour. This right here is the Cavalier path to technocide. Darwin loves you. What you missed from the article, yeah, and all those other rare words, and all those other words are rare circumstances. I don't miss anything, as I already read the article about this recall elsewhere before here. Did you pay attention to it? Uh, we do complain that the recall situation, now that over there is available, needs reworking, but to not make the announcements, I think, is a worse solution than doing it the wrong way like we're doing now. Because at least now it's still getting out super late. Um, but you are being notified. What they need to do is if you've already got the update, don't even bother you with it. Or let you know, hey, we fixed this in this update, it included this recall. Not mail you about it. Try emailing you first, because all these cards have an app. So pop it up in the app. Hey, your card's got the update downloaded. Please install it. It's important. Email you. Hey, we see that you haven't opened the app or you ignored the message. Please install this update. It's very important. A reminder, install the app. Install the update. It's very important. And by then, they've already got all the mailings ready to go. They've done the mail merge. Right before they hit print, if you still haven't opened that email and done the update, haven't opened the app and done the update, clicked OK in the car, okay, print the letter, mail it to your house. They've done all they could do. That's what we're taking issue to. And the fact that it's called a recall and people breathless go, oh my goodness, it's the worst thing ever. But the windows don't always go up. Oh, yeah, so it was an update. Boom, the windows go up again. No big deal. But something like this, I don't mind it still being called recall. If the car is not going to stop, yeah, you need to alert the public. But you don't need to freak out about it because you don't have to go into the dealers. Not, oh, I got to take a day off of work. I got to travel to the Cadillac store. Um, wait in line. Literally, just park in the garage, next to the house, out on the street, wherever you park. Push go. But if the car fails to stop, that's also important. So every Tesla ever made has been recalled. Oh my goodness. Some of them didn't even qualify for the recall, but they got it anyway because the update went out to all the fleet. The Cavalier announcement that we fixed via OTA seems to fulfill the promise of the broadcast quick resolution one gets for computer glitches. But this one is more dangerous. Rare Circumstances is a tell of the SDV software developer as all that one might force a return to the cable operated emergency brake as a last ditch effort to stop a vehicle. I mean, it's got a separate braking system for the emergency park brake. You just have to know how to activate it. Do you hold down park? Do you put it in neutral and do some stuff? Is it just a lever? On Cadillacs, it's probably just that's how it was in the Volt, a little button you pull up. On the Prius, you hold down park. On my Tesla, you hold down park. On the new ones with the touchscreeny thing, I don't know what you do. I've read the manual, but you know what? Let me pull up the Cybertruck manual real quick and find out what it is. Documents, Cybertruck. There it is. Open that, please. No, just view it. I don't want to download it. Let's do a search for emergency. 84 contacts of emergency. Let's break. There we go. Let's move this in front of you guys. Move tab to Cadillac Recall. All right, so shifting using the overhead console. That's always there. It doesn't always show, but you can still push them and they work. If the screen is not on, they show. So Tesla says, let's make this a little wider. Uh, Cybertruck automatically shifts to park to prevent rollaway while driving in low speeds. This happens whenever you connect a charge cable. Unbuckle your seatbelt or open the door while in drive or neutral. Ensure the charge cable is removed. Buckle your seat and seatbelt and close the door before shifting out of park. Attempting to engage the parking brake above 5 miles an hour or 8 kilometers per hour will result in emergency braking. See braking and stopping on page 87. Is that the only emergency on this page? So let's go to 87. Is it a hyperlink? Are you serious? All right, let's just scroll down to 87 rather than try to type it in. 7. There we go. So there's the emergency lights. If a severe crash is detected by your vehicle, the hazard lights will automatically turn on and flash quickly to increase visibility. Pressing the hazard lights once will return the lights to its normal cadence. Pressing a second time turns all the hazard lights off. Okay, so Cybertruck came out of the gate with the emergency flash we talked about a couple years ago. That was uploaded to the whole fleet. Hazard warning flashers operate even without a key nearby. Headlights after exit. Oh, that's not the real page 87. There was a cover page. Two more. Here we go. Here we go. Braking systems. Properly functioning braking systems are critical to ensure safety. If you experience a problem with the brake pedal or brake calipers or any component of Cybertruck braking system, contact Tesla immediately. Warning, this car's got ABS. Do not pump the brake pedal. Doing so interrupts the operation of ABS and can increase the braking distance. That's in every car with ABS, like through ever. Uh, I don't know when they get to stop putting it in there because some folks learned on cars without ABS, and that was what you do. You pump so that the wheels don't lock up. Always maintain safe distance from the vehicle in front of you and be aware of hazardous driving conditions. While ABS can improve stopping distance, it cannot overcome the laws of physics. I like the way they say that. I don't know anybody else writes it that way. It also does not prevent danger of hydroplaning, where a layer of water prevents, or ice, prevents direct contact between the tires and the road. Here we go. Here we go. Emergency braking, automatic emergency braking. See automatic emergency braking on page 135. We're not going there. May intervene to automatically brake in situations where a collision is considered imminent. Automatic emergency braking is not designed to prevent a collision. It is designed to minimize the impact of a frontal collision by attempting to reduce your driving speed. Depending on automatic braking, automatic emergency braking to avoid a collision can result in serious injury or death. Here we go. Emergency braking. If in an emergency, fully press the brake pedal and maintain firm pressure on low traction surfaces, ABS, ensures it will stop as safely as possible. I don't see anything about manually engaging the park brake. I think it's right there at the top of that next page. If an alternative method is needed to bring the vehicle to stop, yep, right there. Push and hold the park button on the touchscreen's drive mode strip, or apply the brakes and remove the torque while the button is held. Park button, touchscreen drive strip mode. To apply the brakes and remove the drive torque. Well, okay, so they're saying here, if you have a runaway truck, say you had that pedal situation, hold down on the screen, hold down the P. And it's the same thing as holding down park on my car. Or if your touchscreen isn't working, or if you feel like it, you can reach up and hold the P, and that will activate. First, it will turn off the motors, and then it will activate the parking brake, and then bring the car to an abrupt stop. So most of them are that way. You just hold the park button down, but that's why it's important to skim your manual for these basic things. Yep. Or press the brake pedal to display the drive mode strip. I don't think you need to display it to make it work, because I've seen people just kind of brush it and it turn on. So and then they go into about anti-lock braking. All right, let's go back. Rare circumstances, software failing. What does rare circumstances look like? Voice command, right turn signal, vehicle fails because vehicle macros are competing for control. It flushes out like right turn signal, vehicle regenerative brake set is low for one tire. That's a good question. And comment was, there was another one. I think it's either SC or Georgia. The Florence one is an SC. You had to go through the entire front of the mall. If you get there past 10 p.m., the only restrooms in the grocery store. Okay, so the grocery store is not the same one then. Yeah, mailing a few weeks after my car is fixed is silly, but I like the reminder to make sure you have the update applied. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is since Tesla and Ford and GM and everybody else has this data, because all the cars are connected, even if you're not paying for the system, they can save everyone. They can save the postal service. Of course, they could use the money, but they save the postal service emissions, save the manufacturer the stamp and the mailing, save you the annoyance, because if it's already done, it's done. But like you said, right now, since they're acting like they don't know, it's kind of like, hey, did you do that update? You got one pending? Make it happen. So that's why I'm not freaked out about it, but it's not efficient. Is what I'm getting at there. They could do better. Found it, Woodbridge, Virginia. Oh yeah, that one's fun too. So you're talking about, so there's a grocery store. That's the one at Wegmans. That is the new Woodbridge supercharger, the uh, V3. The other Woodbridge supercharger, the original one, is a V2 that got expanded. So you got one of the alternative layouts of superchargers where they're not next to each other. It's like one on this side, one on that side, and then the expansion is the more traditional A, B are next to each other. So you really have to look and see what you're parked on and where its partner is to make sure that you're not slowing your charge down on that level too. That one's at the mall. So sometimes what I would do is I see somebody already there. We were going into the mall, and I would find the other one and plug into that one, so the car would charge slower. So that way we didn't have to rush my wife out of her shopping mode to get back to the car to move it. So we didn't have to pay Elon $1 a minute. And at the mall, it generally was full enough that the idle fees were enforced. So that I would actually pair up on purpose. Uh, and yeah, it was really way out there. But if you uh, people thought that was like a raceway right there on the in front of the grocery store. So Moto couldn't walk at the time, so we were had the stroller, and I'd have to like look, and then as I'm pushing the stroller out, look again because somebody pop out, and they added speed bumps before the supercharger went in. They took them out when the supercharger came in, and they put them back, and it still didn't really make an effect. And, yeah, you couldn't have your trailer hanging out in the street on that one because it was a main drag. It had the stripes. Speed limit was only like 15 or 20, but people were doing 30, 35 through there. Yeah, that one you'd have to do the side base thing or drop the trailer and then go. Leave the trailer at the bank after they close and then come across. It's the only way that one would work. Or go to the Woodbridge Mall and take extra long to supercharge on a V2. Because at least then you could park the trailer across from you, or slide up to the ones on the end and work those. Would like standardized control requirements for anything considered safety critical. Absolutely, you shouldn't have to read the manual for this. They should all be hold park, but they aren't. And then of course, what do you do on the electronic park brake manual shifts? So if they would just pick like one or two things, and then you know. Thankfully, most of them have settled on hold park, but that doesn't always work. Like on the Toyotas with the Smart Start, you hold power to turn them off. But there's another brand with the Smart Key where holding power doesn't just automatically turn it off, which Toyota did the right thing there. That's intuitive. Like, hey, I'm trying to turn off a computer, hold power, it cuts off. Um, they can mandate it for the four-way hazard lights, then we should get it for front door releases, signals, and shifting. Yeah, that's not too hard for them to make happen. I agree. And as we saw in Europe, they were complaining that Tesla pulled the turn signal stock out. So we may see just the turn signal stock come back in Europe at some point in the future if Tesla doesn't win their dispute of those cases. That would be Woodbridge V3. Yep, was on my second major road trip, returned from Pennsylvania to Florida, had a complaint and said, oh, here I go. Person that has a complaint about Tesla in a video that'll be gaslighted by commenters. Maybe. I've made it a point to stop early or later to avoid that Woodbridge one. It's just a better experience. Yeah, I mean, because sometimes even like not just leaving your car to get out of there, sometimes getting the car into traffic is a pain because of the way people treat that particular parking lot. I mean, it's great that it's in the back, but you can be too far in the back in that case. I think the one Mark showed us that they're building near him is similar level of not in the best of places, but at least it's not right on the exit aisle. So what does rare circumstances look like? The rare circumstances are literally in the article. Yeah, but then it doesn't say what else you do to activate it. It says a certain sequence. What do you do? How do you not do this while you wait for the update? Because unless the update's coming out tomorrow, I'd like to know this before I send my family out in a Cadillac Lyric, right? Especially if it's not raining. Come on. Uh, Cadillac's parent company during certain braking dry surfaces. If these conditions, yeah. So what are the rest of the conditions, the controls, the inputs? That's what the commenter's asking. Continuing on, make sure we have clicked into the right browser window, just so it doesn't open on another screen, because I know it wants to. More recalls. Mazda and Ford have issued do not drive warnings for 457,000 vehicles due to dangerous Takata airbags. So we're still not done with Takata airbags yet, people. Uh, my 2016 Model S had them, and we're running into 2025, and we still haven't got them all done. But because of this, these particular vehicles, like there was like as the breakdowns happened, your vehicle added moved up or down in the not down, but moved closer to the front of the line based on this degradation. Because there was a point where it was pretty much safe, and then a point where it became a shotgun aimed at the driver and passenger. 457,000 Fords and Mazdas have just become shotguns, but worse. These aren't like, oh yeah, you're at the front of the line now. These are do not drive these cars. If you own a Ford from 2004 to 2014, so that's the gassers, the hybrids, and the handful of electrics they made, or a Mazda from 2003 to 2015, check your recall status as soon as possible and do not drive until it's repaired. These airbags have caused 27 deaths and over 400 injuries in the US alone. These airbags were sold worldwide. So I know some of you guys aren't in the US. If you have a Ford between these years, check with your dealer before you drive it again, because the same airbag was installed all over the world in so many different manufacturers. And the company went out of business. And I don't know how these weren't already in the list, but now they're so far down the list that they're in the shotgun phase, and it is dangerous to drive them. And you say, "Oh, I'm good. I never crash into people, no matter what." There are rare occurrences where the car will activate the airbag system without you having an impact. It's not worth the risk. If you have family in a 2004 to 2014 Ford or 2003 to 2015 Mazda, check it for them or have them check and get that handled. Visit the NHTSA website to see if your vehicle is affected for your repair now. So yeah, if you're in the US, you can just pop the VIN in there and check it. If you're outside the US, find out from your dealer. Uh, let's see. Hey Stan, good to see you. Stan said, "Hey, just got in and I wanted to say hello. All the best. P.S. I have to sell my Model S as Sharon and I are moving to Italy. Wow, congrats! I'm glad to hear it. Are you gonna are you doing the retirement? Or are you still gonna be doing your work out there? Because I love to look at it. And um, that is awesome. Uh, shoot me up on Messenger. I'd love to chat about it. Superchargers in a mall do seem silly. Level 2 at malls, superchargers at places. Well, this particular mall is right off the highway, so I kind of get why they put it there. But yeah, malls and superchargers, malls and other places need level 2s mostly. Unless like there's a restaurant right in section of the mall, and there are restaurants in that section of the mall where you can go grab a bite, and by the time you got your food, the car's ready to go. That's fine. Sheets and Wawa, yeah, I love them because you're open 24 hours and you got the restrooms. And I think there's very few parts of the day where you can't get hot food at a Sheets and a Wawa or a Buc-ee's. Uh, they're great supercharger choices as well. I really wish we'd start to see the highway rest stops and service plazas or whatever they call them. Yeah, so that's what I like about the Northeast is all the toll oases or plazas or rest zones, whatever they're choosing to call themselves. Almost all of them, or at least within the hop range of the Teslas and the other vehicles, they'll have superchargers and Electrify America or whatever the that state is using. They'll have what you need in the amount of stops you might want to take, and it's right there, and it's usually not in the way, or it's right next to the handicap stalls, and they're open 24/7 for the restrooms. But the unfortunately for the toll plazas and stuff, the if you get there too late, the food will be shut down. But hopefully you stopped and eaten before that time because they're open pretty late for food, but it becomes too costly to have employees and food idling there waiting for somebody to show up that forgot to eat dinner. I understand it. And they open pretty early for breakfast too, because they know people are on road trips. So those are great choices. I wish more of them existed. Uh, yeah, those Tacatas were all over. Pretty sure an ex had one in Siena. Fixed that quickly. Yeah, I don't know how they're still out there at this point though. Like that that should not be the case, and this is not good. Uh, Stan says thank you. I'll be putting on photo workshops, etc. We'll be purchasing electric when we move there. More info offline. Excellent. I'm glad to hear it. I'm curious what you end up picking for your EV. Stan has currently a Model S and a Smart Electric, and they are fun little cars. And his Model S is an OG. So we'll talk more offline. And an IIRC. So if I recall correctly, the only thing you can't get at Sheets is pizza after midnight. The big Altoona Sheets. No idea why they still shut down the pizza right at peak pizza time. Right. Uh, maybe it takes too much labor, and the people who do it go home or something. I'm not sure. All right, we're mostly through the pre-done articles, so let's keep on rolling. More recalls with the Ford Mustang uh, Mach E and the Bronco and the Ford Maverick models over a faulty front wiper. I doubt this is a software update recall because that is something that most of these vehicles would not have as electronic. The Mach E might. Um, let's see. Ford's recalling certain Mustang Mach-E, Maverick, and Bronco Sport models over a faulty front wiper motor. The recall impacts certain 2023 Ford Mustang Mach-E and Bronco Sport models, and 2023 and 2024 Mavericks. In a letter to NHTSA reported on August 9th, Ford issued a recall for 37,300 Ford Mach-E, Broncos, Sports, and Maverick models. They began an investigation after reports of windshield wipers failing on Bronco Sport and Maverick models. The company determined that water got into the windshield wiper motor, causing it to fail. So this is definitely not going to be a software update recall. You got to bring it into the dealer. It sounds very much like the one on some Cybertrucks, where the wiper motor failed, and they're like, "Hey, don't drive in the rain. Come see us when you can." Ford returned the part to the supplier, which found a lack of sealer between the gear cover and the gear housing as the root cause. I love it when they tell us what happened and why, or in the case of the Cadillac, most of what happened and why. But I like it when they tell us everything. Like you can say, hey, here's the gist, and if you want the details, scroll down to the bottom of the letter, and we'll tell you, left signal, right signal, brake, left signal, right signal, brake, brake hard, and then the car's like, nah, you don't need brakes anymore. Versus just because then hey, and I don't need to do it this way. Uh, so you can't accidentally do it before the download happens. Manufacturing records found the incident happened on June 18th, 2023, between June 18th, September 23, and September 1st, 2023, or just on those 2 days. Not exactly clear with the way they wrote that. The suspect wiper motors were produced in June, were assembled into Maverick and Mach E models, while the units made in September were installed into Bronco Sports and Mavericks. So maybe it was just 2 days. Like the new guy just really didn't do his job, and then the QA really didn't do their job before they got installed into the cars. Ford said 3,603 Mustang Mach-E's and 15,087 Bronco Sports and 18,681 Mavericks might be equipped with the faulty motor. However, it's estimated that only 5% actually have the defect. So it sounds like what they're going to do is pop it off your car, and either they have a series number they can just check, or then they open it and see if it's sealed or not, and then they're going to have to seal it again and close it. So we'll see what they do. As of July 14th, Ford is aware of 81 global warranty reports with confirmed water damage to the wiper motor. They said that 37,371 models are potentially affected, and dealers will inspect and replace the wiper motor free of. They better be free of charge for a recall. Owner letters are expected to be mailed out on August 26th, 2024. I've always been like the thorn in their side for these things. Like whenever my Honda or Toyota would have a recall, I was like, not just because I worked there, but I would be in there before the letters were mailed. Like, hey, is my fix ready? Later on, as I got more busy, I would phone them and, hey, is the fix ready? What are you talking about? Oh, yeah, we'll schedule you for next week and hope the part's here. Uh, one comment. Okay, let's see what it says. No alerts for me so far, but I have yet to run my VIN through the NHTSA website. I think we're done with the recall segment this week. Yes. Tesla's deal with New York State is about to change dramatically. So if you remember, Giga Buffalo is really unique. And let's just scroll through some of the changes that are coming up as their contract ends. So in order to renew their contract, Tesla factory produces Tesla solar roof and superchargers. There are also Tesla autopilot analysts employed at the factory, and there is a data center for Dojo. Tesla currently has an agreement that requires an employment rate of 1,460 people at Gigafactory 2 and 2,000 employees across the state of New York. So at dealerships, stores and service centers, uh, administration, whatever they do for Tesla, there'd be 2,000 of them as full-time Tesla employees in New York. But 1,460 of them have to be at the plant. Not reaching these thresholds would invoke a $41 million fine. And that's why they've been they were slow to do it. They got threatened. They fixed it, and they have kept it that way even through Elon's harvesting of people's job titles. Um, However, in 2025, Tesla and the state will have to renew their deal, and the terms are set to change pretty dramatically. According to the investigative post, Tesla and the state have decided to rework the terms as a new draft agreement obtained through the through a FOIA by Empire State Development. The new deal includes the following changes. The new agreement could run through as long as 2034. Tesla has to employ 1,800 employees in Giga Buffalo, up from the 1,460. They have to employ 3,000 employees in the state of New York, up from 2,000. And the penalties for not reaching the threshold will still result in a $41 million fine, but the penalty will drop to $10 after 2029. So again, do they mean $10 million after 2029? Like, hey, we're sure that you guys can keep it up, but still want to make sure there's a little bit of bite to this thing. Because if it's a literal $10, they lose that all over the place every day. And that's being as efficient as they do run. But $10 million, they will still notice that. There are also adjustments that to the rent that Tesla pays for the factory, an agreement for the Dojo supercomputer location, and a potential increase to the statewide employee threshold if lawmakers allow the company to open 10 showrooms across the state. So hey, we'll allow you more showrooms than you have now, but if you get these showrooms, you still need more employees in the state because they're trying to help their citizens out. It's just good government. Tesla currently pays $1 per year for rent, but this number will go up to $2 million through 2029 and $5 million through 2034. This one I could read either way. I totally could see a $1 rent as part of their incentive, so it wasn't free. It was $1. But it also could have been 1 million. Some of these mistakes do end up in some of these articles. So either $1 or $1 million. I know there's a big gulf in between those two numbers, but $1 or $1 million, and going up to $5 million through 2034. So New York owns the site. They are Tesla's landlord at Giga Buffalo. Dojo will be located at the Giga Buffalo facility, and Tesla needs to hire 500 more employees statewide if 10. Oh, that's it. So if they get 10 showrooms, they have to add 500 to whatever the number they're on to open across the state. So right now, if they got 10 stores, they would have to add 500 people, so 1960. And if they get the 1,800, they got to add another 500 to that. At Giga Buffalo. Well, no, I say at Giga Buffalo. That's wrong. To the state. So 2,500 today and 3,000 by the thresholds. 3,500. Here's a picture of the racks for Dojo. Pretty darn cool. And Tesla would also need to invest to bring more job training programs to Buffalo, which you're going to want to do anyway, because you don't want to have to import people versus just hiring students fresh out of school. They're cheaper, and if they're already trained, you can put them straight on the line. So Tesla, Toyota, and several others have programs like this. Definitely the Detroit 3 have that in Detroit. So keep it up. Cool stuff. Um, Somebody's questioning these. Penalties for not reaching the threshold result in $41 million penalty, but will drop to $10 for 2029. Is that $10 a typo, meant to be 10 million, or does it mean it's just a nominal fine? It seems silly to have a nominal fine, as the rent will be rising from $1 to £2 million to $5 million. I thought the same thing. Yeah, as did I. Uh, It'd be cool if we tried capitalism or some such. Yeah, the whole bribing companies to employ people in your district is BS. Stop wasting money, lower taxes, drawing better people. It's it's depending on what economic theory you subscribe to, but if you put your thumb on the scale, sometimes it works out in your favor. Other times, these companies will come in, pillage your state or county or city, and leave. It depends, especially if they're bringing in like specialized stuff and it's hard for them to like leave. It might be worth incentivizing them to come in. And then if you structure these programs right and you have targets versus just, hey, here's $1 billion to put a factory here, they're less likely to just take advantage of you. They got to fight for it. So all these obligations, Tesla only brings 10 showrooms to New York in return. Not really a good or balanced deal, is it? From the point of view of what exactly? Free land, infinite tax holidays, zero regulation? Or do you understand the value of locating a tech production in New York on a Great Lake at reduced rent? That's why Tesla building fresh makes sense. Too many chefs in the kitchen and sharp knives to trip over. They did build that facility fresh, but they are also having to pay rent. The difference between New York and California is huge. This is true. Anyone want to relocate to Buffalo? It's kind of cold there in the wintertime. People act as if the state pays the workers, but the workers pay taxes. New York taxpayers pressure their representatives to show receipts or for ROI on sweetheart deals to Fortune 500 companies in their district. This was something that AOC was going on about for Amazon and one other company in her district. How you feel about that is up to you, but she did have a point, and so did her constituents, that the deal that was being offered to Amazon was really sweetheart. Not necessarily saying that they shouldn't have done it. I'm sure that some of the people just said they should negotiate it better or renegotiate before offering it. She probably said torpedo the deal, but this is not the forum for that. um, okay, next one is, if I can find the cursor. Tesla has decontented the Model 3 from Mexico. It will save significant pesos in the construction of the vehicle, but will it save pesos in the purchase of the vehicle is the next question. So, exclusively for Model 3 rear-wheel drive, so the base Model 3 in Mexico, you're going to get gray textile seats with standard features. It's now the only interior option on the Model 3 rear-wheel drive in the Mexican market. It's going to look like this. Doesn't Buffalo have the second best quarterback in the NFL? I say this as a Steelers and Jags fan, acknowledging that Mahomes is still the best. Um, I can't say because I don't follow enough. um, it doesn't look bad. I mean, of decontented cars, this doesn't look bad. Oh, hey, it says the purchase price $749,000, $626,000 after possible savings. So we're talking Mexican dollars here, obviously. Um, let's do $ 626,500 mex to USD. Nothing. Let's see where this thing opens up at. It doesn't open up. Let's pick one. I can't. Give my mouse back. Where'd you go? All right, what did I say? Copy that. Open up a new tab. Paste it in. All right, so That's 500, but that's not the number I gave you. I gave you 626 500. 33,586 after incentives. That doesn't seem like a huge savings over what they offer now. 33, right? So let's leave their savings thing on this time. Typed in the design studio wrong. I called studio instead of design. Oh, 29.9 after savings for the long range rear wheel drive at the $7,500 offer. Or not offer, but incentives. The rear wheel drive 33.9 versus what we say 33. So is that just more Tesla profit, or might this thing come to the States this way? Or is the Mexican program actually easy enough to tell? We just look at the other chart and redo the thing. Let's duplicate the Tesla tab. Get the price 626 500 after savings, 749 before savings. $749, 40,000. We'll turn off savings. How do I do that? There. What do we say? 40,000. I wonder if it's a tax thing, because that same car with all the stuff that I'm about to tell you they took out of the car is 38,990 in the States before incentives. So either Mexico charges more tax or they're having trouble getting it there. So let's see. So this is what the seats look like. So what I thought the Mazda was, but no. Definitely textile here with a leatherette trim there. And let's continue on. Tesla made some major changes alongside this new Model 3 rear-wheel drive, including no heated or ventilated seats in front or rear. Rear seat screen has been removed. White ambient interior lighting instead of the RGB lighting. So on the right is the US and on the left is Mexico. No heated steering wheel, so it's just the wheel like it used to be on the Model 3. The acoustic glass returns to only the front windows. Actually, I say returns. That's opposite of the way it used to be. It used to be the acoustic glass was only in the back and not the front, I think. No, it was only in the front, but not the back. So it returns to like it used to be. Long range of performance, get acoustic glass on all windows. So yeah, if you don't get the base model in Mexico, you get the same car you get in the States. The Model 3 rear-wheel drive in the US and Canada still get all of the stuff above. Here are images of the changes. Standard fabric versus black or white, ventilated seats, and heated. Steering wheel, not included. Heated steering wheel in the States. And Mexico, you go back to the old rear console with just the air in it, and the manual vents and the two USB-Cs. And the rest of the world, you get the screen. Or rest of the world, in the rest of the continent, you get the screen, and still the USB ports underneath it. Excuse me. Go down to 9 speakers with 1 amp versus 17 speakers, 2 amps, and 2 subwoofers. And the acoustic glass is on all the windows or front windows only. They also got rid of the heated and cooled seats, steering wheel, customizable, and the interior lighting rear screen. That was weirdly constructed sentence. Speakers are called horns. Interesting. Um, yes, I have heard speakers called horns before, but I'm wondering if that was a translation situation. Seats not included. Steering wheel not included. Uh, so I had a funny post on that one. I love cloth seats, never too hot or too cold, comfy. This is what I would want in our next Tesla. I'd love that. I'd much rather have that than leather or pleather. Now, if you could keep heated seats and ventilation in the fabric seats, I would probably pick that myself. I also like fabric seats. Uh, WTF? This is the most un-Tesla thing. I wonder if this will be the cheaper car, and this is testing it out. It's not un-Tesla-like. Remember, the Model S was available with textile seats originally. So, of course, it also had real cow leather when it came out too, before the vegan leather was invented or made for that model. Price drops coming soon. What the heck? LTW package confirmed. I was like, what the heck is this? So this person meant a lightweighting package. And I said, possibly, but it's really just to lightweight the pesos. Uh, Probably doesn't come with ventilated seats. Yeah, that's listed. Is there? Let's call out my post. It does not. Oh yeah. Um. All right, so we gotta scroll through my post because I don't think I put one with me in it. Let me check. Let me check. Click over here to get my cursor. Scroll down a bit. Yeah, none of them are from me. So let's go through. Uh, stream. That means I've gone too far. August 4th. I'm looking for the photo of that. Okay, right there. So Andrew saw this one. Robotaxi confirmed. Steering wheel not included in Mexico. I thought it was funny, so I posted it. I'm glad some of you guys liked it too. Close all these extras. We just looked at that because they were linked for us. Cars in Mexico are expensive. I wonder if this is to be able to lower the price. You know what? I do wonder also if tax is involved in any of that because they were talking about before and after savings like they do here, but the whole car with the saving or with these changes was more expensive than it was here in the States, and also the Mexican cars should be coming from China rather than Fremont because we need all the Fremont cars here for the tax incentive, just like in Canada. You guys get China cars, except for your Model 3 performances. Some of them are still Fremont. You get a mixed bag as to which ones you get. And your China cars come with two different batteries. So who knows which one you get? One of three. Um, Never seen a Tesla car with fabric seats. I have. I drove a couple of them. Joder. What is Joder, Mr. Garrett? Oh, that's merely a Spanish word. No Mexican says Joder. Original Model S is available at cloth seats. Leather was optional. Yep. It was an added cost. Except if you got the Signature series or the. What came before Signature? Was it Founders? Yeah, Founders, because Foundation series was the James Foundation. All right. Next, we've got. Picture went away. Maryland's EV charger rebate program is now open, and it's really good. So let's find out what they mean by really good. Maryland's EV charger rebate program says for fiscal year 2025, electric vehicle supply equipment rebate program is now open, and residents and offers residents and businesses solid incentives to install EV chargers. For 25, open now. Vehicle equipment supply program provides incentives to Maryland homeowners and businesses to install EV charging stations. Rebates are available for the purchase and or installation of eligible EV chargers at homes and businesses. Rebates are issued on a first-come, first-served basis with limited funding available. Remember New Jersey and Colorado, I think Ohio, So yeah, if you need it, get it. Get in line. Don't wait. I say don't wait. So if you're a Marylander who wants a level 2 charger, don't wait. Applicants are reimbursed for expenses incurred after completing the project. Maryland Energy Administration Director Paul G. Pinsky said by increasing the number of charging stations across the state, the program is reducing the reliance on fossil fuels, improving air quality, and providing a cleaner, healthier environment for future generations. What Marylanders get is potential rebates, residential rebates of up to 50% of the costs, capped at $700 per charger, limited to one rebate per resident. Commercials get 50% of the cost, capped at $5,000 per charger, maximum total award $125,000 per applicant in fiscal year 2025. Eligible costs are charging equipment, installation, labor, permitting, and site prep. This is good. So get half off charger installations. Make it happen. Ineligible costs are electricity. Some of the older programs, the reason why the chargers were free up until XYZ years was because they could write off the electricity for free. So they're letting you know, hey, this is not that program. I think Maryland had some of those, so they're saying, hey, no. Ongoing maintenance, again, same situation. So you can't charge the maintenance fees that ChargePoint and others were charging to the program. Taxes, you got to pay your own taxes. Shipping, got to pay your own shipping, and credit card fees. Really, who was getting that done? That apparently everybody, because it's new for 2025. Huh. That must have been a business thing. I don't see how a individual was getting the credit card fees refunded for this. Uh, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Because you would have done an invoice and a purchase order and all that back and forth crap, and then if you use the credit card, they'd try to charge you extra. Whereas the people, they'd swipe a card and be done with it. Must be located in Maryland and used for charging EVs. Level 1 supply equipment is no longer eligible. We don't want any of that overnight hours and days charging crap here. Level 1 is fine if it works for you, if it meets your needs. Don't let anybody tell you no if you've done the math and it's going to work. But they don't want those installed everywhere because they know that going forward it's going to be a tougher sell. Like say you sell your house, it's got a level 1 charger. They're going to have to rip it out and do it again. So they paid for what? You put a level 2 in there, and they can keep using it. And you definitely don't want a business putting a bunch of level 1s out there because that's not public charging. That's something else. Although at the same time, for employees that are going to be there all day, if you can put more level 1s out there, I get that. But at the same time, no, don't do that. Again, though, for your personal use, there's nothing wrong with it. But but for the state to be paying for that, I agree that's probably not the best use of the money. Must be safety certified and purchased new, so you can't use used ones, and you can't use probably like I haven't checked, but the Open EVSE is probably not going to qualify, at least not the build it yourself version. The installation must be by a Maryland licensed electrician, unless self-installed with a valid license. So if you have a license to do that, you don't need an electrician. And this has happened on other programs too. Like even if you aren't required to do that in your state or jurisdiction, they would put it on for the tax credits just to make sure they weren't paying for something that was going to burn down like this. Public or private access, networked or non-networked, and hardwire or plug-in configurations are all acceptable. Why is that put in the project requirements? Not, and then also how to apply. Applications available electronically and by mail. Maryland residential applicants can request a secure email link to submit their application. Complete applications with required documentation must be received within 6 months of project completion. So if you do it now, you have to have it turned in by February. And if you do it in January, you need to have it done by June. So that's reasonable. Don't dawdle. Just get it done. Applications electronically by mail. Didn't they just? Oh no, I read that and scrolled. Detailed application instructions can be found at their website. Copy that, paste it in the YouTube chat. Bada boom, bada bing. Okay, and come back here so the stuff doesn't open the wrong window. and then we'll talk about electric state. Maryland residential programs is better than Vermont's, where I live, the author. And Vermont is pretty competitive. California has some of the best incentives, if you're wondering. Vermont provides EV charger rebates through its utilities, which vary. I'll copy a link to that one too if you're in Vermont. Didn't go? Am I not allowed to chat in my own chat? Oh, I see. The link is too long for the Maryland one. I'm sorry. So here, if you want Vermont or Maryland, come here. Okay, so just go to the article and click on the ones if this is you. Uh, sorry, I thought I could just take you straight to the thing for Maryland, but they had a link that was over 100 characters long, and then longer than that because YouTube said, nah, you can't post that. Maryland residents can claim the cost of installation and labor, which is usually more expensive than the charger itself. So if you spend $1,400 on a level 2 home EV charger and installation cost, you get a $700 rebate. And that's a pretty solid deal. What does your state offer? 7 comments. Not a big fan of these subsidies. They tend to go straight to the electricians. They do, but would you rather pay for it in Seattle area than basically just inflate the cost of these projects? That sometimes is part of it. Yeah. My daughter just installed a charger in her condo, 2 circuits, one for her neighbor. City of Seattle pays a maximum of $15,000 for these projects, and the cost was $13,500. Ooh, ouch. I've done a few remodels in the past several years, and that's pretty close to what I used to pay for rewiring an entire 2,000 square foot house. I see his complaint here. Solar projects, same thing. A proposal I have for solar system for my house would pay me $600 per solar panel to put it on the roof, and that's after batteries, inverters, and all the cables and hardware. A single solar panel doesn't cost 4 hours to install on Enphase rails. This is true. And depending on what you're putting up there, it doesn't necessarily even cost $400 for the panel, or $600 for the panel, I should say. Actually, $600 will get you a good 595 watt bifacial panel, huge monster, not installed or anything, but just shipped on a pallet. Those sweet smoking deals, excellent. I don't think that I had other rebates in my area, but quite happy what I did get. Gen 3 charger, 463, Tesla certified electrician, 954. Local utility cut me a $300 thank you check. Throw in a federal tax credit out of pocket, 665. So mine for the Model S was, I think, $600 for the charger and Gen 2. And the electrician was like super affordable because he's local, and the run between the charger and the breaker panel was this far, and I had already kind of had everything lined up, so it was just plug it in. 13,500 is pretty high for charge. I agree. That's like a commercial charger. Level 2 max I could see is 1,500 per circuit, and that's with a good deal of wiring. Exactly, and I think that's what this guy was saying. Like that's enough to redo her whole house, unless she had a condo and then like 3 parking lots away was her system, maybe. Rebates, grants, loans, call them what they are. Government subsidies. Okay, so everything is subsidized by the government. Just how much? Your fossil fuels, your Velcro, your cell phone, your computers, everything came from some kind of subsidy. Even your food. Look at all the farm bills. Food is subsidized. Yeah, they get DC fast charge with that, right? Yeah, exactly. I would take a 20 to 50 kilowatt DC fast charge for that price. Yeah, bring it. It doesn't have to be all that fast. I just like that, if it's DC and I have the solar just kicking, then that would be phenomenal. You got really shady here. I guess it might be about to rain. That's fair, but charges pale in comparison to the 100 billion spent annually to ensure our oil supply in the Middle East. Yes, subsidized. My taxes at work, I like seeing it on things I care about. Last one. You left out corporate food stamps, corporate welfare from the Fed, biggest recipient of oil, and the 18 plus billion year after year after year. Yep, yep, yep. All right, so continuing on, got a couple more. and then we'll talk about what I thought I was going to do before the sun started to get all cloudy. Volkswagen's first ID GTI will be a real go kart to drive. So, continuing on the Trinity and the Golf. Hello, Otto. Your doctor. Uh, no, thank you. Hold on a second.
One bear.
You did want a bear?
The one
Okay, let me get you a bear. You want the yellow bear? I see you knocked it over. Yellow bear?
bear. Bear.
Okay.
Now we want help.
You want to help? Here you go. That's just one, right? Yep. That's right. Okay. Hold on, hold on. Go put some pants on. Okay, back to this. Children. Where were we? We were talking about the third Volkswagen Swaparoo Rivian story, right? So the GTI will be a real go kart to drive. Oh, let's see. Our electric car lunacy says, yeah. Digital cameras. Don't forget that our digital cameras came through astronomy, according to astronomers. Boom. Yes. Uh, the GTI badge will live on in the electric era. This is the same company that put turbo in the back of a Porsche, though. So, because the Porsche Taycan Turbo, even though it doesn't have any turbos and it's electric, uh, so you're gonna get the gasoline turbo injection badge on the car that doesn't have any gasoline. What do they call the diesel Golf? Do they bother mentioning it's got turbo? Anyway, it'll be a real go kart to drive. Elements from the Legends. The ID GTI concept last September. Preview of the first electric GTI model. You know what'd be funny is if it was still just the gas model and they just spun the turbo with electric. But that's not what this says right here. 100% electric, 100% GTI. Volkswagen said concept is a reinterpretation of the legendary DNA. The ID2 All. Really? We talked about this. 3 syllables max. Revealed on March 2023, its take on an entry-level EV. VW CEO Thomas Schaffer confirmed that the GTI and Golf names were part of its electric future. Golf, I get. GTI, why? Why? It's like the Dodge Charger, Daytona, Brezonius, whatever the other names we discovered here today were. Uh, okay, cool. So if you like the GTI, it's staying around. It won't be gasoline anymore, but it'll still carry the moniker. Let's talk more action. Yes, I like it. That should be a top post. I still like the play and pause buttons, but this one is like fast forward and stop. That's kind of cool too. Just cute, I should say, not really cool. All right, I'm curious if anybody talks about the gasoline. Exactly what I gave up on VW long ago, or the 25 plus years from first showing of what became the ID Buzz van, the the bus, to now, which still isn't on sale in the States that I'm aware of. 2026, that's a lot of BYD model refreshes away. Yes. Since Tesla launched the Model Y, the VW Group has launched 6 VWs, 3 Audis, and 2 Porsches, 2 Skodas, 2 Cupras, and it seems like a lot of action. 3 cars. Reskins don't really count. Promising thing I've seen from VW in some time. Could be a great world. I want to know if anybody touched on the fact that this thing is called gasoline. Search for turbo. Turbines. GTI. Search backwards. The 90s GTI. Was just under 19 new. Yeah, you have to allow for 25 years of inflation. if EV charger can make pre-programmed silly sounds for exhaust, I want to bring back an option to choose silly sounds for other cars. Yes! Give me a goat scream. In fact, I got put a goat scream in an EV GTO. Yeah, I mean, as long as it's making the bass sound underneath whatever you put, I think that should be allowed. I know the NHTSA disagrees, but who cares what they want? Other than manufacturers, obviously. Manufacturers and the lawmakers. I'm going to just expand all these and search again for TTI and turbo gasoline. Somebody's got to say it. Ah, he's got umlauts over his A. Oh, Schaefer. Schaff. I don't know. Carl Grunz. Grunz. Oopsies. I hope they fix this. It's so embarrassing. Uh, all right. So now I'm going to search for GTI again. All right. I'll search for turbo gasoline. All right. So we made the comments about the Porsche Turbo, but nobody can make the comments about the GTI. Fine. Fine, fine, fine. I'll leave it be. But you heard it here. Why gasoline turbo injection? Do words have meanings? Next, we're going to talk about the Cybertruck in the weirdest way possible. Tesla Cybertruck might enter the Russo-Ukrainian war after and don't call it a war, call it a special action. Call it a re-invasion. Because Ukraine came back after Russia. That was fun. Anyway, it might enter the Russo-Ukrainian war after Chechen leader puts a machine gun on one. Let's find out more details. So, on this completely non-armored vehicle, against people who are handling automatic rifles in a vehicle that can only handle handgun fire and needs to charge on an American charging grid. I am curious right now, what power does Russia have? What format is the Russian power grid for homes and businesses? I'm asking the robot. I guess I could have said versus US, but I didn't have to, apparently. It figured out what I meant. Without double checking this thing, Russia uses a standard power grid format of 230 volts, 50 hertz for homes and businesses. This is in line with European standard. Electrical sockets in Russia are typically of the type C or type F varieties, which are two-pronged plugs with round pins. For most household appliances, standard ensures compatibility with a wide range of electronics. Designed for European power systems, businesses, and industrial facilities require higher power capacities may use different voltages or configurations, but the baseline is common usage 230 volts at 50 hertz. So the truck's charger can take that. That's within the range of what it should be able to do. You won't be getting three-phase power on it because the North American systems are not equipped with the three-phase, plus our charge port for NACS is not ready for three-phase. Unless you're going to have your own DC charger sitting around. That's a possibility, but you'd need it to be NACS enabled. Don't call it a comeback. Unclear the first 4 times I read the story which side he'd put that truck on. He will put this truck on the Russian side, but apparently he's a bit of a showboater, and he will put it in the back, take a bunch of Instagram photos, and then not get anywhere near the fight because he is a big pansy. Say that. All hat and no, or all talk. It's all talk. He's not really a strong guy, apparently. But allegedly this thing will be fighting for Russia, and as I said, it's not a really smart choice when everybody is equipped with rounds that will make it look like Swiss cheese. I mean, unless somehow you can ensure that everybody coming up against you had handguns. That's the only way this makes any sense because it is, except for the glass, resistant to handgun fire. Same thing we said about how Israel was blocking it because it has some bulletproofing as well. Their argument was it was sold as bulletproof, and so because of that, and same thing that one of the provinces in Canada was saying too. It was being sold as bulletproof, so you can't allow it. Um, but it's just handguns. The kind of people that you would be up against, that you would need to be armored. It's not. It's not Swiss cheese or bow and arrow. That's right. Depends on the bow and arrow though, and the distance. So the Joe Rogan arrow bounced off and broke, but if he was closer or had a more energetic bolt, it would have wedged in, right? So, might enter the war in Russia and Ukraine on the Russian side as the leader of the Chechen region got one and put a machine gun on it. I mean, don't they already do that with what do they call the Tacoma over there? The one that Top Gear couldn't kill. Toyota. All the terrorists drive it. All the good guys drive it. It's some unkillable Toyota. Get the name all of a sudden. Every time I need it, it's gone. Uh, it's a Foundation series too. You can see the reflection right there. Um, weird. So here's the part that got Fred in trouble. In on the Russian side, Razvan Kadyrov, leader of the Russian Chechen region, has one of the worst modern human records as the de facto dictator of Chechnya. For the past 2 decades, he has been directly implicated in countless tortures and murders, but he loves Elon Musk and the Cybertruck. So what got Fred in trouble on this? I don't even know if Fred wrote the article, but Fred promoted it. Yeah, Fred wrote it. What got him in trouble is that whatever you think of Musk, he can't control who likes him, and so people were grilling Fred over the weekend about that. Um, Anybody know the name of that truck I'm thinking of? The Toyota that you can't kill, shares the body with the Tacoma mostly. Um, Unclear the first 4 times. Whistling Diesel C4 demo, no pun intended, on the Cybertruck looks like it's better than a regular truck. Oh, it's definitely better than a regular truck, but Tesla only sells it as resistant to small arms fire, and by small arms we mean handguns. Uh, and then, as we see, and anybody who does the "I'm going to shoot my truck" video, uh, anytime you pull out any rifle, it starts to poke holes in the skin. Versus any handgun and a Tommy gun, it just dents, dent. If it even dents, because if you use a small enough bullet, it doesn't even just it makes a mark, and you get a little smoke where it hit, like the arrow. And every time they pull out anything called rifle, it goes through, and the bigger the rifle, like the 50 cal, goes straight through. And not that the soldiers are running around with the 50 cal, but they are definitely running around with rifles, and they are fully automatic. Um, Better than a regular truck. It takes one actual artillery shell or one tank shell, and it's gone. Yeah, yeah. Any of those will take it out, but also any decent rifle will put you in danger. And that's just if they shoot the doors. If they're smart, they're gonna be shooting at the glass to kind of get your head. And the glass is not at all bulletproof. It's steel ball resistant sometimes. um, the Hilux, yes, that's the one I was thinking of. The Hilux. I was thinking it started with a B for some reason. That's what was throwing me. The Hilux. The Hilux is the budget regime change enabler folks joke about on Army Facebook. Yeah. So think of the Hilux, but electric and actually resistant to some bullets. Also equally hard to kill. In messages on Telegram, Kadyov shared images of himself driving a Cybertruck on which he had a machine gun installed. Now I'm curious if it was like bolted in or if it was just sitting in the bed. Because again, like they say, this guy is not actually a rancher. He's all hat. And he received the Cybertruck from Musk. I said he received the Cybertruck from Musk, which is possible. I don't know if it was a direct from Elon, that was a poor choice. Uh, he promised to send it to the special military operations zone. That's what the Russians call it, and Ukraine just calls it a reinvasion because they have taken as much territory as Russia had claimed in Ukraine over the war. Ukraine has captured that much of Russia on their border, which I think is kind of cool. Uh, Most of the people that they run into are just surrendering, but not all. But so far, they haven't had to kill very many people. It seems like they just take them into custody to the point where they're taking in so many people that the Ukrainian military or the Ukrainian government has had to rent buses to take in conscripts or not conscripts but prisoners of war to get them out of the towns that they have been capturing, which is incredible. Anyway, so he received the Cybertruck from Musk, promised to send it to the special military zone. Elon, thank you. Come to Gronzi. I will receive you as the most dear guest. I do not think that our Russian MFA will be dot dot dot. I'm gonna click on it. It's gonna open a new window, and uh, MFA will be such a trip. And of course, we are waiting your new developments that will contribute to the completion of the SMO. What I don't know what the SMO is. Kajev wrote on his Telegram channel. Oh, special military operation SMO. Yeah, it's in there. You can't use the tonneau cover anymore. What would have been smart is like if it like folded over, that'd be kind of cool. So he's having fun, like most Cybertruck owners. Um, it's not a practical as is. Like that other one we saw, the unplugged performance with the upfit, that would be worthy of taking out there. This, I mean, it looks like it will soon be a Ukrainian Cybertruck. If he actually takes it out there rather than just showing off videos and stuff like this. Um, what do you think? Is this thing gonna get captured by the Ukraine army? Yeah, it's only 26 more seconds. I'll let it roll. Like I said, it looks like he's having fun. But as the article said, he's a bad dude. They've got a lot of hidden replies. I don't even really want to know how that went. Depends on who posted it, I guess. Anton Garshenko. I guess he might be a reporter. Looking forward to the day where good thing most people are intelligent enough to know this was not a gift from Musk, but in fact propaganda and overreacting by falling for it and getting triggered. We don't know that, but it seems unlikely that Elon would have gifted a truck to this guy because Elon won't gift any of the products to his own mother. So, did he? No, I don't think so. The closest I think we could have seen to this would be where he loaned the model, the Cybertruck to Carlson and friend, and um, Trump's friend bought him a truck and gave it to him, but bought to gift to him, who can't drive a car because Secret Service won't allow it, and he probably also can't drive at all. He hasn't driven in years, probably. Uh, uh, once you've got Secret Service protection, you're only allowed to drive on private property. So he'd have to take it to like his golf course and use it as a uh, golf cart, basically. Tearing up the greens. Is it illegal for a U.S. citizen to help arm a country that U.S. is arming against? Probably, but that would kind of require that he actually have done it. Oh wow, Ernesto just turned back into a hurricane. It was a tropical storm when I started this. My screen flashed. That's what that was. Thankfully, it's nowhere near land. All right, so I don't think going through the Twitter thread is going to produce anything useful. So let's keep on going. As you see above, the leader thanked Musk, and some are taking it as him saying that Musk gave him the truck. And Fred's not stupid. He says that's unlikely as it would circumvent sanctions against Russia and Kharkov, So forget that Elon won't give his mom a car. Um, he generally isn't into breaking the law that brazenly. Uh, it's more likely he's thanking Musk for creating the truck. Which, yeah, don't forget there's a translation involved in this. This guy's not speaking English. Uh, Kacha's wording suggests that he expects some advantage from flattering Musk. Yes, yes. Unfortunately, he might be right. Yes, yes. Unfortunately, hopefully not, but it is a very real possibility. The goal is to induce Musk to leverage his economic, political, and legal power on Russia's side. Well, hopefully he's not stupid enough to do that while they are sanctions, or at least move him to more explicitly neutral than he showed early in the war. He still seemed pretty neutral, but he also seems to think that giving them what they want will make them go away instead of emboldening them to try again. Let's see. The Hilux is the budget regime change. The VoIP call over Starlink. Yeah, service center. Can you also fix this truck? Yes. And then they try to ship it, and it gets stopped by customs. So, like, assuming that the people at the service center weren't aware that they were sanctioned, tried to send it, and it just gets halted. Um, I don't. The first thing they would probably say is, "Hey, you're not in the U.S. or Canada. We can't help you." It appears that our USA is strongest when it stands for freedom everywhere. In this case, it means strongest support in Ukraine. Unfortunately, Chadjov thinks he can sway Musk, and even more unfortunately, I fear that maybe he can. That was the top comment. According to his messages on Telegram, what is clear is Kajov believes that Musk is the strongest genius of modern times. I mean, he's a really smart dude who makes some really dumb choices sometimes, but overall, really intelligent. And he claims that the Cybertruck will be used in the special military operation, which is what Russia calls their invasion of Ukraine. I wonder what Ukraine calls the counter, like officially in English. You know what? Let's ask the robot that. Russia calls their invasion SMO. What does Ukraine call their counter invasion of Russia by Ukraine? Hopefully that's enough for it to figure out what I'm talking about. I guess I could have done it in the screen on Grok, but I didn't feel like it. Especially something like that, Grok would probably not be a good choice. It's searching, it's reading the news. Russia is not Russia. Ukraine is not giving an official name to their cross-border incursion into Russian territory, which is part of the ongoing efforts to counter Russia's invasion. However, it is generally referred to as a counteroffensive or cross-border incursion. Ukrainian officials have characterized it as a defensive move to strike back against the aggressor, and has been strategically aimed at gaining bargaining chips for potential peace negotiations by seizing key targets like gas hubs and threatening infrastructure within Russian territory. Russia, on the other hand, refers to their cross-border actions as terrorist activities and has declared the counter-terrorist operation in regions like Kursk and Belgrade and Bryansk in response to Ukraine's advances. So these are anti-terrorism, and that is a special military operation. And Ukraine just says, "Yeah, no, we want our stuff back. Come on." I am curious, though. Is that the wrong window? No, there it is. Okay. Um, Operation Haha Karma Sunflower Emoji. I heard was the name. That was a good one too. Um, So I was wargaming with some AI the other day, and I was like, well, what if the Swiss were involved in something? What would it take to get them to pull off a similar move? And I was like, the Swiss wouldn't do it. The Swiss can't do it. They won't ever do it. And I was like, well, all right, what if there was like a munitions factory and they just wouldn't stop coming for them and they got tired of swatting the flies? Would they take out the plant with a missile or a plane or ground troops? And it's like, fine, maybe if it was an easy target and it would make them stop, then maybe the Swiss would do it. But it seemed unconvinced that the Swiss would do something like this incursion to protect themselves. I was unconvinced. 'Cause yes, what they did for World War 2 was to be ready to retreat inward, but if they only have one enemy, I don't know that would necessarily be their reaction if they could make it end with something quick like this with what Ukraine is doing. The Swiss cheese war. Well, because they're famously neutral on everything. So that was I had a few minutes to spare and got bored in the chat bot. Let's see. Continuing on. Now that that's well, let's wade into these comments and see if we want to even talk about these comments. There's 98 of them, so yeah. So there was the first one we saw that was good. I don't. It's more than that because Trump is not Musk, even though you claim Musk is Trump. As we saw, he was out there immediately after the conversation, again bashing on EVs because he's a dumbass. To put it nice, he doesn't understand EVs. He does. He wants to help out the oil. You know what though? With him being a Russian stooge, it makes sense that he would be after oil and gas, not just because he's old and thinks that that oil and gas are the only way to get energy. Uh, if he's owned by an oil and gas country, it would make more sense that way. Um, he does like flattery. I don't know if it's different in that regard from them. He made Starlink available to Ukraine. That's true. Geofenced it, sort of. Uh, can Russian tell exactly where their links are at? Oh, you know what though? That is something right there. Having the Cybertruck, assuming it can connect to the network, assuming it can connect to the network, the cell network there, they now have a GPS location of wherever this guy is all the time. So maybe Elon did give him a truck, and like the CIA or somebody gave him the money to do it because Elon doesn't give away free cars, and they put the right SIM chip in it. It's run all over their network. They know exactly where he is all the time. A little repeat of what Israel did to the Hamas terrorists, and no more human rights violations from him to the other people. China was afraid of having FSD in their place until FSD data only went into a Chinese data center. Can be done, especially if there's only one Cybertruck running outside of North America in that region, because there are others outside of we saw the one in China the other day. So they're out there. Ah, sort of fried noodles. Thank you. And almost impossible for Musk to have given it to him. With that being said, I doubt he's upset about it. I think he would be upset that he's being lied on. He doesn't like being lied on. Um, would he be upset about who got it? So far, with his new political stance, it doesn't seem that way. I'd love to see take on a javelin and a Bradley and end up as a smoldering heap. I'd rather not see a waste of a Cybertruck. Let's let the Ukrainians capture it, and then we'll see what happens after that. And yet, where's the reply from Elon disavowing it? Silences acquiescence. Not necessarily. He does get a lot of messages every day. I'm sure he's seen this one, but there's a lot of stuff that's just wrong that he doesn't comment on. Right? I think he's even heard about it. I take the guy seriously at all. Which one, right? FSD in training from that Cybertruck in Ukraine is going to be a bit of an outlier right now, I imagine. Yeah, that part too. Why is this thing uploading so much data? Because, like I said, mine is terabytes a month, and I don't drive all that much anymore. I did miss a segment where we talked about the climate change denialism and glossing over the details on CO2 danger levels. Was that last weekend? Yeah, that was either last weekend or it was one of the Tesla Life shows. I think it was last weekend. The Incel Camino. Okay, that's enough of these comments. They're gonna get worse, and I try not to get that far out there. I opened this one twice. Oh, here we go. Tesla Cybertruck owner with core wheels and covers reports crazy range. One Tesla Cybertruck owner who took delivery this week reported crazy driving efficiency after notably receiving the electric vehicle with new core wheels and aero covers. On a post on Cybertruck Owners Club forum on Friday, Mad Max Texas shared photos of the newly delivered Cybertruck adding that the drive home resulted in 304 watt hours per mile, which is really darn good. Really darn good. Because lifetime for my Model X with the towing is like 389. And most good days on the highway, I see 330. I do see under 300 sometimes, but it's not common. So true. That's enough of these comments. They're going to get worse. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Usually they start off if they're going to be good, they'll start off a certain way, and eventually they go off the rails. But sometimes they start off as like, oh, I'm not going to wade into that, not publicly. Um, mm, 370 miles total of range. On the second drive, the user reported consumption of 285 watt hours a mile, which would equate to about 400 miles of range. That would be really sharp. Driving home, consumption was 304 watt hours a mile, around 370. Full charge, mixed city driving, half freeways, wrote the user. Next trip, streets only, light traffic, 97 degrees, by the way. 285 watt hours per mile, which worked out to about 400 miles range. Now, these are becoming less ugly to me, but they are ugly. I would probably swap them out for something else. It's interesting they still have the shape in the wheels as if they thought about using the other wheel covers still and then chose these ones instead. These are Pirellis instead of Goodyears. The other ones are Goodyears with the all-terrain tires. That tread pattern looks a lot more efficient. I wonder if they still have the NFC chips in them, like the Goodyears do. The driver also questioned whether or not this could be expected regularly with the Cybertruck, or if the initial drives were some kind of fluke. Depends on how you drive, really. As can be seen in the user's photo, the core wheels come with Pirelli Scorpion ATR tires, which were developed specifically for Cybertruck and include the word Cybertruck on their outer walls. Really? Where? See Scorpion? I don't see Cybertruck on any of the photos yet. Oh, there it is, right there, Cybertruck on the bottom left of the photo. Uh, oh, I remember two stories I saw from this week: cheaper Model 3 interior from Electric, and Toyota Mirai used as a bomb in Ukraine. Oh, get me a link to the Mirai, please. The Model 3 we talked about from Mexico, but the Mirai bomb will be interesting. Because do they even have? Well, I guess the military could get hydrogen, but do they even have a hydrogen infrastructure over there? Cyber wheels included on the dual motor configuration. Website estimates tri-motor Cyber Beast is rated for up to 301 miles with a dual motor, all-wheel drive rated for 318 miles of range. Not bad. Pretty darn cool. That is the Tesla from the old days coming out. For everyone else, 3.25 miles per kilowatt hour. Oh, you're converting from watt hours per mile to kilowatt hours per miles per kilowatt hour. Hey, keeping the design folks like on the hubcaps, but making them smaller so they don't ruin the sidewalls as a win. Yeah, there's just something about the way they did it that at first glance is like, ugh. Maybe because it's a little more rounded. I do, like you said, I do like that they don't hang over the wheels, but maybe that's the problem is that it's smaller. So like maybe if there were more of the rubber band effect, like they were thinner and the wheels were bigger, it would look right. I'm not sure. I can't describe it, but everybody else has said like it's the same reaction. Like I don't like either of them, but I don't like the new ones better. But they're growing on me now. I've seen them like a few times. By growing, I mean that I can tune them out. Still don't like them, but if it helps it range that much, I would leave them on the truck or find one of the replica aero wheels from somebody else, one of those companies, just to clip onto the wheel instead. Put it in perspective, the Rivian R1T Dual Max is 2.81 miles per kilowatt hour. Cybertruck dual motor Cyber Wheels is 2.76 versus the 3 to 3.25 this person reported. 2.44 for the Ford, 2.10 for the Silverado, 1.55 for the Hummer EV. So that would make the Cybertruck dual motor, all wheel, the new wheels with the covers would be the most efficient electric pickup truck out there. Impressive. If these numbers hold. Almost no one is using their truck for towing. Percentages is very low. I'm going to use my truck for towing. I will use it for grocery shopping. Good news for Cybertruck. Wow. Efficiency on a truck isn't that important in my opinion. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Uh, it might not be on everyone's shopping list, but it's definitely important. Towing range is, yeah, that people look for that. Look for towing range. It's the main reason I have to buy a truck. The Silverado EV has the second lowest efficiency, but the longest range. It has double the towing range of anything else. Less people tow than drive for simple commuting. The main use of a truck by miles is driven for utility, is hauling a load, and the volume is limiting factor on most trips too. Yeah, but if you're doing in bed hauling and you're not like moving a dorm room, you're probably going to be doing in town moving. Yuck, I don't like any of the sources for the Mariah story. And then there's Yahoo and MSN. I, if you don't find something before I get there, I'll just run that quick search and then we'll point out that it's all speculation and rumor. Okay, so continuing on. What are we clicking on next? I think it's just the same thing. No. Okay, so yes, that one is the same thing. Gregor Truck is reporting it from the Cybertruck Owners Forum, and then, excuse me, that's also where Tesla Rada got it from, either from Gregor Truck, then to the source, or straight from the source themselves. But I saw theirs before his. That's a pretty truck. But he's driving the extra 70 miles of ugly. I'd rather enjoy the vehicle. That's why I got these. Or this should be just the image. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I would just change them entirely. I don't like either design, so I would get something that can keep that more efficient wheel tire and put either a cover over it that I like better, or change the wheel out for one that I like better than what it ships with. Okay, so then we had Spotted Model. He was talking, or he bought a bunch of those Nissan Leaf deals that we talked about that were super affordable. He said, my first Leaf payment, or my first, he's being facetious here. My first payment on my 2025 Leaf is due tomorrow. Not sure if I can manage this monthly charge. Salesperson said salesperson shouldn't have talked me into it. Angry face, angry face, angry face. And then when you look at it, upcoming scheduled payments. You have a recurring payment of $11.31 scheduled for August 19th, 2024. Payment dashboard. Make a one-time payment. And so the joke is the people who get too much car and then when payments come due, they can't handle it. They freak out and whatever. But he's got what, 3 or 4 of these $11 Leafs. So if you're in Colorado and you can still swing this, or you have family in Colorado and they can swing it, we talked about it on Tesla Life with Paul Guzik. Definitely, if you can swing something from them, give it a try. They have great deals like this on Tesla and other EVs, but just something about the way that the Leaf works out. You're talking less than $20 for the car payment. Your insurance is going to cost more than the car, most likely. It's just the way it is. Let's see. I shared links between those comments, but probably don't bubble up on your YouTube chat for your aggregator. Tesserati and The Drive both had articles. Original news source might be a single source at Euro Maiden Press. Ground News doesn't include those, just the objective. All right, so let me see if it shows up on here. Like there should be like a approve these links, or are they just straight up filtered? Am I the only one allowed to post links? Me and Patrick and Mark? Well, that's unfortunate. All right, so let's see. You said Tesserati and The Drive. Let's go to Tesserati. We still got them open. So Mirai, Ukraine, or Mirai, Russia. Okay, so let's take a look. Remember, we're going to be skeptical about this, but this is a possibility. For some reason, I'm seeing a first gen Mirai here. That's interesting. Versus the current gen Mirai right there. Okay. Allegedly, recent reports from the ongoing Russo-Ukrainian war indicate that intense fighting between the two countries' soldiers is still ongoing. In the city of Voloshansk, Ukrainian soldiers ended up using a hydrogen fuel cell from a Toyota Mirai to carry out an attack against Russian forces. As per the report from the Euromaidan press, fighting in Voloshansk in recent weeks resulted in Russian forces holding positions at an aggregate plant. This proved challenging for the Ukrainian soldiers since guided bomb strikes are no longer possible due to a shortage of foreign military aid. Yeah, the aid is only for defense inside of Ukraine. I don't think that many of the donations were intended to be used outside of Ukraine. So, yes, they would have trouble getting some of the stuff they want and need to make that happen. Regular aerial drones won't be effective since they only hold small charges. According to the publication, Ukrainian soldiers opted to improvise with the resources they had on hand to eliminate the Russian firing positions at the aggregate plants. Batteries and alternators from electric vehicles, like Teslas, were reportedly repurposed as power sources for the drones. Eh, I guess if they were like farm drones, they could hold a like a Model S cell. And if you've looked at any of the not cell but module, if you've looked at any of the stories about where the crashed cars pop up, a lot of them do pop up in Ukraine after they come back online. While the use of the Teslas as power sources is admirable, it was the Ukrainian soldiers' use of a Toyota Mirai hydrogen fuel cell that could be truly described as extraordinary. I do believe that the Mirai is like the Leaf in that you can use it for power export, which is kind of cool. Euromaidan notes that Ukrainian forces built a bomb using a fully loaded hydrogen fuel cell from a wrecked Toyota Mirai in the area. Okay, so this would be, it might have been first gen, and it might be just like all the flooded Teslas that end up over there. Since the ad hoc bomb weighed over 200 kilograms or 440 pounds, it was not possible to deploy the explosive using aerial drones. Instead, a ground drone was used to transport the explosive to the area. So this was just the tanks, or just the cell itself. I don't think it would be the cell though, because the cell has all that platinum and stuff in it. It's worth a lot. You could recycle that into money to buy more munitions. But the tanks, nobody wants them, and they'd be a lot easier to do this with. And it'd be a odorless, colorless flame, not soundless, but odorless and colorless until it burns something that's not hydrogen. Uh, Instead, a ground one was used. The Mirai hydrogen fuel cell bomb successfully reached its target, and its explosion resulted in damage to the aggregate plant. Images of the explosion show that the bomb's blast was substantial, resulting in fires in the facility, suggesting that Russian soldiers might have been storing ammunition at the site. Following the successful Mirai hydrogen fuel cell powered bomb attack, Russian forces reportedly abandoned the aggregate plant. Okay, so you don't have to fill it with hydrogen. You could fill it with another gas, like methane. Clever, if true. Mm, I will watch this later. Someone used a fuel bomb. Okay, so yeah, so that's what I say. It doesn't have to be a. Doesn't have to be a hydrogen bomb. 167 cubic meters of air is needed for a stoichiometric mixture of 12 pounds of hydrogen. That's an amount contained in a 5.5 by 5.5 by 5.5 cube. Considering that, I think they just used the hydrogen tank stuffed with explosives. Yeah, yeah. So stop flickering that down button. I don't even want to hover on it. Give me my mouse back. There we go. Yeah, that's my thoughts as well. They stuffed the tank with explosives. That's the only part they used. Why even mention Mirai instead of hydrogen tank? For clicks. Okay, right there, they stuffed the tank with explosives. No, that's his quote. Why on earth do that? Use a very heavy tank with a small aperture at one end. If you simply wanted a container for conventional explosives, then there are many, many better and simpler things available. Yeah, that's why I was thinking they could have used another gas than stuffing it with explosives. The whole point was the tank is full of hydrogen. I don't, I don't necessarily know that it was full of hydrogen, but it could have been, and under extremely high pressure at that. Would they have shipped a crashed Mirai with a full tank? Not a smart move. Not a smart move, but yeah, if you get a crashed Mirai, it says it's got a full tank on it. You don't have an infrastructure to fill it or drive it, disconnect them, make a bomb. Why not? There are many, many simpler things available. The whole point was the tank is full of hydrogen under extremely high pressure. At least that's what they want you to jump to the conclusion of, I should say. No particularly dangerous in a normal use, where it's probably maybe a small leak and a slow buildup in the confined space. Yeah, the Clarity that I drove the Honda Clarity, and it had a sensor where the dome light goes in the middle of the roof, and there was no dome light. It was just the sensor, and it would sniff for hydrogen. And they didn't say what happened if the leak was detected, but I assume an alarm or maybe it automatically roll the windows down or something. I don't know. Uh, it wasn't leaking when I was driving it. We can only hope that the Mirai sails carefully to ensure that terrorists don't get their hands on them. If a Mirai becomes terrorist IED of choice, it would be very bad PR for Toyota. This is true. As it is, I suspect that PR department is having a really bad day on top of issues with the Mirai, such as the lawsuit and falling sales, combined with the vast amount of money going to Toyota losing each one. Well, if the Hilux doesn't cause that many problems, I don't know that the Mirai. Well, although a bomb is a lot different than a terrorist platform, terrorist transport platform. What's to say in the video the tank was used as a container for explosives. Besides, there are no hydrogen stations in Ukraine, so there's no Mirais there. Stories of fiction for all. That's another possibility that there was not a car. Uh, no, they don't. They say packed with explosives. Context is clear for reference through translation. So that is that. Let's go back and check out the Mirai lawsuit real quick. I'm curious. Gut check says much around the Mirai being odd tech that folks aren't briefed on could lead to folks not knowing what to do when shipping and importing. Exactly. So they could have totally shipped a full one over there if everything is read at face value and it's true. Then that is certainly possible without them having a place to fill it up. The Hilux is different because it's a normal ice gas small pickup. Yeah, it's just like if they all chose Nissans instead or something like that. It's just a transport platform, just a generic truck. It's just a little white pickup truck. Most of them are white. I don't think you see very many silver or black ones. They're like just utility truck in the free paint job. Um, Toyota Mirai offers owner files lawsuit over hydrogen issues. This was from July. How did I miss this one? The question now is it that same kid we saw, sorry, young man, who got screwed out of his fuel card? Because, like I said, if I got screwed out of $15,000 of fuel card, I would at least consult with an attorney, even if I didn't actually take Toyota to court. But like, hey, they screwed me out of 15 grand. What can we do about this? Lawyer says 15 grand. Oh, let's get you some money. Let's get me some money. Um, Group of Mirai owners and lessees, so he could be part of them, have filed a class action suit against the Japanese car maker over their subpar experience. I think we may have covered this one. Their subpar experiences with hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, as per the suit's complaint. Toyota misled consumers about the reality of the ownership, and the owners and lessees. The hydrogen refueling is available, seamless, and comparable to refueling with gasoline. And that's not at all the case. Owners noted there is a shortage of hydrogen fuel, and the fuel itself has become more and more difficult to obtain. The Mirai owners and lessees noted that the issues with hydrogen availability are so notable that it could make the FCEV unsafe, unreliable, and inoperable. The owners and lessees note that they could end up doing long drives just to find compatible refueling stations. Kind of like when you're driving a gas vehicle around a town after a natural disaster, trying to find the one station with fuel, and then waiting in line for it. And sometimes even reaching a station does not guarantee they can actually refuel their vehicles. Yes, if you get to the one that doesn't have any high pressure ports, then that doesn't do you any good because your Toyota needs high pressure, not low pressure. Uh, yeah, we talked about this guy. The poor guy bought a Toyota Mirai and found out the hydrogen myth firsthand. Tow trucks, $15,000 hydrogen fuel card. Will not last the 3 years as advertised. So maybe his complaint wasn't that he didn't get a card, but that um, the card ran out before it was supposed to. That's the same sort of situation if I wasn't listening to him clear enough, or he wasn't specifying that. But either way, he said he didn't have the fuel card. It sounded like they didn't give it to him at all. But if it just ran out early, similar situation. I do believe that the first gen wasn't a dollar amount, but like it was just free fuel for the time of your lease. It would make sense that Toyota would put a cap on it as the prices kept climbing up, though. But really, really poopy on them to make sure it wasn't good enough. Unless it's like we were talking about with the rising price of groceries, where they just kept raising it to take all the money. I kind of want to check in again with that guy that was sleeping in his car to work at the Tesla factory. Yes! The factory then got laid off. I remember he moved to GNC. I'm not sure if he sleeps there too. I would like to know more about that as well. If you could hit me up on X if you find him either in person or online for a follow up on what happened to him. Because I think he was in one of those first rounds of where Elon's like, too many people. If I have to hire them back, that's right. Right about the time they ripped the phones out of the service centers. Um, I made a video on that one long ago, and I was like, I don't know if I should how I should approach this. It's kind of glib, um, or it would come off as kind of like I didn't respect what was going on for them. I think I handled it okay, but I could have handled it better in retrospect. X come to Blue Sky. Do I have a Blue Sky? I've got Threads, and yeah, I've got Blue Sky. Um, we have DMs and GIFs now. Um, I've got I've got a couple of the alternatives. Threads would be one that would actually let me know that I got a message. Blue Sky, I had the one that shut down. Um, that's the problem with them fragmenting. That's why we need something like a Trillium. You guys remember Trillium with all the different IMs? We had AOL, we had MSN, we had this, that, and the other, and you could have one client to surface all of your communications through. That was awesome. I think they're still around, even though you might not find anybody in the chat programs. uh, okay, so basically that's what was going on with the Toyota situation. Okay, so now that the sun is back out, I want to go and record the first video on the HV Nomads project. Um, we'll see if wife and daughter are up for it, and then uh, basically we'll introduce the program, and then the next video after that will be when we start to pull the panels off, and then from there we'll wait and see. I got to get the windows and I got to spray foam it, but to know what size windows I need, the walls have to be off, and To spray foam it, the walls have to be off. And then I had to figure out what we're going to do about the rear ramp door because it's a cargo ramp door. So I'm thinking make a false wall, put a big old door on the inside, like a, I don't know, sliding glass door or a regular house man door that would like a front door, back door, like a steel door that can handle the weather. Because if we got the ramp down, and we leave it open for a week or even most of a day. An interior door isn't made to handle weather and humidity and stuff. So I guess I'll have to look at the prices and weights on a steel door and sliding door. But anyway, build up a wall, spray foam in between that, and then we'll have to put something on top of the outside to make it look nice when the door is open. That way the door can open and stay open, and then we don't have to worry about sealing the seal and how, because the amount of insulation we're going to use would either glue the door shut on its own or it would make it really really weird to open and close the door. So that's a detail coming up next, but we got to be able to pull the wood off of the ramp and see if it's hollow. Like a lot of them are hollow, but not all of them, and how much room there is to work with. Like if they used extra thick plywood, then we'd have to probably stick foam sheets in there rather than trying to inject spray foam into that. I'll check on them. Hopefully, we'll make a video on that. If not, we'll do it later in the week. Pop that up on YouTube and X, introducing the program, and see what happens. It'll be fun. It's going to take a long time, but it'll be fun. And so, with that, I want to thank everybody for your time today. I want to thank all of our channel members for your continued monetary subscription. I want to thank Mr. All Electric Car Lunacy was the most recent person to give us a one time. I appreciate that. And I think I'm going to put you on because you did it when we were talking about the truck. So what I think I'll do is I'll put you on the donors page for that, and then we'll show what happened with that. And let's see. Yeah, Trillium was great. I could have a bridge to aim and yeah, exactly. Let me see if let me go back to main view, and then I'll go and open up Blue Sky. I didn't save any changes on Tesserati. It's acting like I was writing a comment. Bluesky.app. And then we'll sign in. Unlock the password program. Fingerprint. Oh, welcome to safety features. Excellent. Thank you. Add you to the intro and outro. So you won't be on this one when I close out this show because I had to render it and do that, but we'll get you on there. So I do have a Blue Sky, and they want me to verify my email. I thought I already did that. Stand by. Email is here. Um, hang out here way too much not to join. I appreciate it. Let's see, where is the email I would have got from Blue Sky? Oh, scroll to the top. That's where. I need to copy this to the clipboard and minimize the email back. Go back to here. Paste that. There we go. We ran out of posts from your follows. Here's the latest from Discover. So I am who on Blue Sky? I am gcustom.bluesky.social. So let me look for you on there. Mr. Are you the same Mr. All Electric Car Lunacy on there? No. All right. Well, hit me up on Blue Sky. I will figure out how to get the app installed. I think I have it on like web app. And we will go from there. System light, dark, dim. I got my email. I got the birthday. Accessibility. Notifications. They have notifications. I'll figure all this out later. No, not the same screen name. I am G Custom on there. gcustom.bluesky.social. Cool. So I will look for that. I'll leave it open. And all right, like I said, I want to thank everybody, including Mr. All Electric Car Lunacy, our new member. And we will catch you all later in the week. And well, catch you all next week for sure. But hopefully later in the week, we will have a video introducing the HV Nomads project. And I think I said this last week or the week before, but due to insurance, we're going to start it off as a portable workshop. And so we will have where it can be a YouTube studio and it can be the 3D print shop and all that sort of stuff. And then at the last minute, when it's fully done, hey, we might as well throw a bed in here or whatever the last requirement is that turns it into an RV. And then we will continue on with the 48 state adventure and see where life takes us. But I think that'll be fun because we'll run around, get the baby to each of the 48 states before she has to start school, show that you can do this all with electric. And then Brian said, obviously, if something comes up where we need to hightail it back to somewhere, as I've complained about with the Model X, it's not conducive to be somewhere on a schedule with this trailer. So if something like that comes up, we park the trailer and then just race across the country, or park the trailer and fly to whatever's going on, like say birth, death, wedding. Well, I guess a wedding is not. You would know that's coming, so you'd just be ready. But something urgent that came up that caused us to have to get across the country from wherever we are, depending on how urgent it is, then we could either uh, just take superchargers and just the vehicle by itself, or fly. I don't like flying, so I try to avoid it whenever possible. But when we did our South Dakota trip, I was able to get there and back in 3 days, or there in 3 days, and then back in 2 days, 3 days, whatever it was. It was 1 week, so we can do it. It's just a matter of then you got to go back to pick up the trailer or pay somebody to ship it back. Uh, all right, so look for that video coming up real soon, and we'll catch you on the flip side. Thank you.